Hey, there we go. I'm alive. What's up, guys? What's up? Yeah, this is gonna be already a very low energy intro. Your boy is tired. I don't know why. I'm sleeping like absolute naff lately. Yeah, I spent most of this afternoon just like napping. I say napping. I was asleep for like 3 hours. So it was basically just went to bed, right? Oh dear. But yeah, no, we're live. Obviously I wasn't live on Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. Because, well, much the same reason, but you know, I'm actually able to throw a bit more energy towards this one than what I would have been able to on Wednesday, and you know, we're not racing around on F1, so you know, I can do this stream, whereas obviously the one on Wednesday I had to take a little bit of a step back just because yeah, it just wasn't the one, Chief. It was not the play. So that stream's not cancelled, it's just moved. So Sunday night we will still be back for F1, and it will be, actually I need to double check what time is the what time is... oh, no, not that. Come on. There we go. I need to figure out what time the F1 Grand Prix is. Okay, so it might have to be a earlier stream or a shorter stream to make sure that I'm free to watch the race. Because, well, yeah, that's a thing, right? It's a shame. If I'd have timed it better, I could have been doing, like, the Miami Grand Prix in my team. Alongside the actual IRL Miami Grand Prix, right? Because it would have been, well, I think we're 2 rounds behind, so we're in Japan at the minute. Yeah, it is what it is. I can't do much about that, unfortunately, but we'll eventually catch up to the IRL calendar. And we might try something like that. I think that could be kind of fun. I don't know. We'll see what you guys think at some point. But yeah, when we eventually get up to the correct race, we'll give it a go, I reckon. Dear. Anyway, the plan for today, obviously, we're going to do our standard stuff of, like, word games and shit like that, right? Because why would we not? But we're also going to be having a quick look at some oversimplified as well. We briefly touched on it last stream, and yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it. It was decent, right? So I just don't see why we don't give it another go. Unfortunately, I completely lack any form of alcohol next to me. So, yeah, I don't know, because I may have been a bit half cut last time we were looking at oversimplified. So I don't know if it's gonna hold up. But yeah, we'll crack on. But I mean, let's just do some word games again. I really need to remember to not do it on the Friday so I can get it like on stream. But I did the Wordle earlier today. Got it this time. I've failed in a few of the last words because, well, some of the last words have been bullshit, to be honest. But yeah, there's no Wordle on the stream today. But let's do the mini crossword, and then we'll fly through the rest of it. Okay, that's easy. What's this one? Cap and gown wearer formally, informally, no idea. Major purchase that might come with a down payment. Mortgage or a loan? I don't know. Doc who really delivers... No. Home of the Leaning Tower. Pisa. Prescription products. Drugs. Course that you could sleep through and still pass. Easy A. Where Adam and Eve were eating the apple fittingly. Eden. So what's this? Trad, maybe? Asia's largest desert. Gobi. Oh, I'm thinking cap and gown is like sleepwear. Fuck me. I got fucking sleep on the brain. That's the problem. Right, bunnies bounce. A hop. Ta-da! That was aggressive jazz right there. Nice. Okay, so we got the mini one in a minute. We'll take that. Let's get the connections. All right, connections. Let's have a look. See. Wax, hive, comb, honey, bees. That one's an easy one. What? Hello? Well, I feel fucking lied to. They are all linked. Alright. Let's see then. Hmm. I don't know. That's completely thrown me now. Shine, buff, wax, and then polish to, like, make something shine. Yeah. I feel so fucking lied to, mate. All those first four were linked. Bullshit puzzle. Bullshit puzzle. Right, okay. Let's see then. Beak. Wattle. Crest. I think that's all bird related, like nests and shit. Amber, honey, ale, and then citron, maybe? Yep. Translucent golden things. Okay, so then mix, pour, comb. Wattle? No. Okay, I don't know, hive, wattle. I don't know what a white is. I really should know what a white is. Crest. You know what? We're just doing that. And then this, I guess. Let's do that. Pour, mix, comb. None of those work, do they? One away. I'm gonna fail this right at the fucking last one, and comb. No, white. Hive. What on earth am I listening to? Hello? Oh, it's because I've got that on. One sec. I had this smart shuffle on. I was like, I've not heard this before. Okay, right. Let's figure this out. White wattle, crest, hive. No. Fuck it. I don't care. So what was it then? Features of a bird head. Beak, comb, crest, wattle. Didn't I swear I chose that. Hello? Oh, I'm calling bullshit on all of that. Absolutely bullshit. Right, right, what else we got? Games. Strands. Let's get strands. Play. I love Hawaii. Okay, then. Christ. I don't know. I don't know, like, Hawaiian words or anything. Damn it. Well, this is gonna suck. There's gonna be one. There's got to be one for a luau, right? Luau. There. Right. Cool. Honolulu, maybe. As a guess. I don't know. Damn it. Okay. I straight up, I have no idea, man. I don't know any Hawaiian words. The only one I knew was like luau and I think mahalo as well. I don't know. This is this is literally like the other side of the planet to me. I know there was a Kamehameha was was a fucking king, right? At some point. I don't know, maybe that's there, but that's a clutch at straws at best. Nah, there's only, what, 2 Ks there, one's there, none of them. Hey, welcome in, Wendy, man. How's it going? Hope your Friday's going well. Finally at the weekend. What do I do? What do I do? I don't... Damn it. Aloha. There we go. How is that not a thing? How is aloha not a thing? I call bullshit. I call all the bullshit. Wait, is it not like... Is it like some stupid thing where... No, that just looks weird. I call bullshit. I don't know. Guys, I don't know any fucking Hawaiian shit. Like, this is very much not British. The only British thing about Hawaii is the fucking flag. Chilling, how the game's going. Not too bad. Hey, welcome in, Milky. Welcome in. Hope your Friday's going well, mate. Wow, I say your Friday. You seen our rear wing, the new Macarena one? Yeah, I've seen photos of it. I've not seen it in practice yet. I've not seen it in practice. Yeah, no, Wendy, the game's going okay. Obviously, I did Wordle in Kyo's Discord. I forgot to not do it again. So, yeah, it's, yeah, I didn't do that. I did the mid-knee crossword and then got absolutely ratioed in connections. Yeah, Milky, I'm just saying, like, at the start of the stream, obviously, I've moved the F1 stream to Sunday, so I might have to start it, like, earlier, because, obviously, I want to be done in time to watch the Grand Prix. So, yeah, I didn't think that one through. Yeah, if I'd have thought it through a bit better, I would have tried to set it up so that it was Miami instead as well, because it's not. It's Japan. But yeah, well, I'm looking forward to seeing, because the teams have had like a whole month now, right, to sort their shit out. So hopefully we get a bit more closer racing up at the front, because yeah, otherwise Mercedes are just going to continue to embarrass everyone. But yeah, no, I've seen that obviously you guys have brought the Macarena wing in. Be interesting to see how it holds up. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to continue with the strands because I don't know any Hawaiian words. It's not even like I can't spot anything. I just don't know any of them. The only other thing I can think is Honolulu, but there's no... Yeah, it's just not happening, Chief. Yeah, we're going to move on to a different puzzle because I have no hope of finishing that. Hey, welcome in, medic. Welcome in, buddy. Let's do pips. Get absolutely ratioed in pips again. Oh my god. What am I looking at, please? Dear Lord. Alright, have we got a 3 and a 1 or a 3 and a 2? We have a 3 and a 2. We have a 3 and a 1. I'll go fuck myself then. 0 and a 5 or a 0 and a 2. We have 0 and a 2, 0 and a 5. Okay, I'll go fuck myself then. A 2 and a 1. We must have a 2 and a 1, right? Yeah, we do. We are... Okay, a 0 and a 3 or a 0 and a 4. We have all of them. Fuck my life. Hard work to get that out, I imagine, man, I imagine. Yeah, I'd imagine the last month has been a bit busy for you, buddy. Some long days. Oh, man, today's strands is an actual insult to my eyes. Let's go here, I guess. And that'd have to be just a 1 and whatever, right? 0-4. You've worked 27 days straight. Damn, dude. Damn. Wow, I see. Are you finally getting some time off, seeing as the race weekend is actually on now? I have this weekend on. Yeah, there we go. Nice, nice. Good to see, mate. Good to see. I've just seen the coverage of the aero changes and whatnot, starting with the brake ducts. Pretty cool, yeah. Yeah, it would have been a bit. I was going to say, I'd imagine it would have been a busy, busy month for you because, yeah, obviously there's nothing going on track, so it's pretty much all stations fucking go for R&D and stuff like that, right? So it would make sense. Right, do we have a 3 and a 2? We do. Let's go for this. Which then forces that. 3 and a 1. Today's Strands is an absolute eyesore, man. Fuck. 2 and a 4. 2 and a 4. We do have one of those. There we go. Worked a 02 to 16:30 shift to get the floor out in time. Damn, dude. Long days. Long days. 3 and a 2. Do we have anything equal with them? 2 and a 5, 3 and a 5. Yep, done. Say less, fam. Ta-da! Alright, 5 and a 0. Well, this is just going to be a 5 and anything, right? That has to be a 9, so... that has to be a 4. Whee! There we go. That has to be like that. That's a 5 and a 5. That doesn't make sense. So I will get rid of that. No, wait, 4 and a 1. There we go. Yeah, 3 and a 5. Verstappen do be kind of pulling out there. Verstappen, like, I don't know if, yeah, I don't know if that's a reference to anything that's happened, but like he has a habit of like outperforming the car that he's in. That's why I think the car at Red Bull's been overperforming for the last couple of years. That's why that second seat's been like cursed. Because Max would be able to extract the rest out of the, like the best out of the car, and then everyone else, you'd look at everyone else and go, why aren't they doing it? And it turns out the car's just very difficult to fucking drive. I have not set this up correctly. Let's move you there. 5 and whatever. That's a 1 and a 1 or a 1 and a 4. Let's go for, I don't know. 1 and a 0. And then a 1 and a 4. That would then have to be a 5 and a 4, which does kind of work. 3 and a 5. I ran into the same goddamn problem. Hello? Let's get rid of you. 3 and a 5 goes here. 3 and a 2. What have I got 3 and a 2 of? Nothing that's equal. I'll go fuck myself. Mate, this today's Strands is an absolute war crime. What is going on here? Alright, let's go there. Let's go there. 3 and a 1. And a 0 and 5. Let's go for that. Whee! There we go. Ta-da! Okay, right, so that's got to be a 2 and a 2 or a 2 and a 2. We don't have a 2 and a 2, so it can't be this. It physically cannot be this one. So let's go for this. Let's go for 0 and a 2. Whee! There we go. Ta-da. Okay. So that can be a 3 and a 2, which we do have. Get your ass back here, fool. Okay. And now we have... Do we have a 3 and a 2 of the same thing? 3 and a 2 of the same thing. We fall into the exact same fucking trap there, though. I don't think that's correct. Okay, you know what? Wait, 3 and a 2. Where was the 3 and the 2 again? Let's go here. And then... do that. And crack on. Aston Martin's taking forever to get going. Yeah, it's Aston Martin doing Aston Martin things, isn't it? They take forever to get around the track as well. Alright, let's go for a 1 and a 5. Like so. And then a 4 and a 3 or a 4 and a 2. Let's go for a 4 and a 2. That breaks this up nicely. We got the 3 and the 2 there. That has to go. 3 and a 2, 3 and a 2. Where the oh, right there. Well, I'm a dick. Okay, so I get the feeling this can't be that. That has to be a 3 and a 1. Because we've got multiple squares around here that require 3 and 2, okay? So... yeah... let's go for a 0 and a 3 there as well. Just trying to break this up. No. Wait. I am truly bamboozled with this. 2 and a 4. But then that means we need 2, 3, and 2s, which we just straight up don't have. Wait, no. Hang on. Hang on. Let me cook. Where's my 3 and my 2? Where is it? There it is. So then that has to be this, right? Because it's the only thing that we've got a 3 and a 2 of that's the same. Because we don't have a 2 and a 4. We don't have... yeah, that has to go there. But then there's a 3 and the 5 that need to go there, right? I hate this. I hate this so much. Yeah. Has to be... wait, hang on. Hyped for race week. I am. I've not been sleeping well, which is why I sound so low energy at the minute, but yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. It should be decent. First race... well, this will be the first race I've watched on TV since I was at Japan, so... it'd be good to watch the broadcast again, because I like F1, and I love going to the race weekends, but at the same time, obviously, the broadcast is, like, it's better, right? Because you actually see everything that goes on. Like, I'd recommend going to a Grand Prix weekend at least once in your life, but, like, you do just kind of watch the same piece of track every, or every point of the race. Right, okay. How the feck do I do this? Crap. Let's move this out of the way. No, because we have a 3 and a 2 that is up there, and we need to keep that there. So that has to be this. Has to be a 2 and a 4. Can't be anything else. I've got a 0 and I do have a 0 and a 3. Can I then break this into... there's no 2 and 2s. So I can't... that's a physical impossibility. Pretty sure you can see the whole track from the top of the Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, but I don't know. I imagine you could. There's not much in the way of, like, elevation changes, right? So... it's not like you're gonna get any of the track hiding in dead ground. You might struggle to see the Mickey Mouse section, just behind the bridge. But, otherwise, like... I think you should be able to see all of the track. But then, yeah, you're also on top of a large building that I'm pretty sure you shouldn't be on, so, yeah. To be fair, most of the, most circuits will have, like, big TVs, so you can see what's happening in the rest of the track, but it's just not the same as watching the broadcast. Yeah, Russell just went past that section. Okay. I get you. Nah, I'll be watching along. Like I said, we might start the stream on Sunday earlier so that I can get finished to watch the race on time. Yeah, I think that's going to be the plan. Right. How do I do this? Someone help me unfuck this, please. I require an adult. I mean, we do have a 3 and a 2 here, so that could just be this, right? Ta-da. That leaves the 5 and the 3 here. 5 and a 2, 0 and a 2, which I can't do. 0 and a 5, so that has to be a 0 and a 5. With the way that I'm doing it right now, like so. So a 5 and a 2, do we have that? We do. Like so. And then... 5 and a 1. Or I could do... crap. 4 and a 1. Like this. With then a 4 and a 5, like so. That makes 9. That's got to be a 0, and I've balked this, but what if I just do that? And then a 0 and a 1. That goes like this. Excuse me, come back here, you whore. And then I think I've got it, guys. I think I might have got it. 5 and a 1, and then no. And then no. Okay, something's a bit balked here. Where have I gone wrong with this? Where have I gone wrong with this? Please. I wonder if it's possible to money shift in F1. I'm gonna say no. I'm going to say probably not. Although, to be fair, I don't really know what you're on about with a money shift, so... F1 cars are, like, very well designed for doing one thing, and that's, like, just going fast. Anything else? No. No. You're not supposed to drift them. You're not supposed to do anything else with them, except for go fast on a track in circles. Right. Okay. How do I do? How do I do? Let's do this. Wait, yes, no, yes. Let's do that, and then... Okay. Let me cook. If that goes there, can get the 4 and the 3, 5 and the 4, and then we're in the exact same place. Ah, fuck's sake. I've got something wrong here. I've got something very wrong here. God damn it. I'm trying to think. Fuck. In a manual car, when you do something stupid like shift directly from 5th to 2nd at high RPM, it's kind of... Oh, right, because you just... Yeah, no, you can't do that because it's a sequential gearbox, isn't it? It's shift paddles. So you can't go from 5th to 2nd. I mean, engine braking is a very, like, big part of how you drive the car. So I imagine the gearboxes go through a lot of stress, but again, because they go through a lot of stress, they're kind of designed to put up with it, right? But yeah, it's a flappy paddle gear shifter, so you can't go directly from 5th to 2nd. It's just not happening. You can go from 5th to 2nd in a very, very short time frame. But again, between the engine braking and the actual brake discs, you're slowing down anyway. Like, you think you can go from max speed in an F1 car to like 30 to 40 mile an hour in what, like maybe 100, 150 meters? So, yeah. It's a bit crazy. Right. How do I unshaft myself here, please? Wait, there's a 1 and a 4 here. What if I just do this? And then we do this. Let me cook. I think I got it, guys. Yeah! I was like the Matrix in my mind for a second there. Just everything fell into place. Alright, sweet. What other games we got? Let's do the MIDI crossword. Shoe with a cougar in its logo? I don't fucking know. What do I look like? Someone who likes shoes? Pea coat. P. State school founded by Thomas Jefferson. Nope. First name's Jerry, isn't it? No. Yeah. Because you got Jerry Hallowell and... No. Crap. There is an electronic downshift protection. There you go. There you go. The man with the knowledge has spoken. I was going to say, I can't imagine you'd have doable with enough ambition, though. I like it. All you need is a budget and a dream. Right, Tibetan spiritual leader, Dalai Lama. I know that one. Like some fish that's not grilled or pan-seared. I don't know. Palindromic name found in Abracadabra. A palindrome is like... A palindrome's named the same as forward as it is backward, right? So what the hell is... Akka? It's the only part that's Ada. Okay, there we go. Opal or sapphire? Gem. Letters before a nickname. No idea. Oh, AKA. Singer/actress Lady Gaga. Wait, Lady Gaga's an actress? What the hell's she been in? Film portrayer of Wonder Woman, Gal Gadot. Or Gadot. I don't know how you say her last name. I also spelt it incorrectly. My bad. Book jacket blurb. I don't know, man. Gear tooth. Cog? No. That word is like on. Of course, it's a gear fucking question when we were talking about the gearbox of an F1 car. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I might need to come back to that one, I'll be honest. Massive Amazon boa. The anaconda. Wait, not the anadonda. the anadonka. The anaconda. There we go. Cog. Yeah, it is cog. Okay. Yeah, C0G. That's what I wanted. Okay. Something baked? Oh, bio, yeah. Right, this comes on every goddamn stream. Let's skip past that. Oven baked. I have no idea about that. First, oh, Mel, that was it. Mel B and Mel G, I think. I don't know. State School founded by Thomas Jefferson. No clue. Pico. Also no clue. Russell nearly just binned it. Damn. Whereabouts? Shame. Is FP1? Is it FP1? I think it's FP1, right? Term 1 locked up. Okay. Ah, fucking, he's got like a postcode of runoff there. He can't bin it there. Hello? I should really have this up on like a side tab or something like that so I can watch along. I'm relying on you guys to keep me in the loop. The only practice. Oh, is it a sprint weekend this weekend? I didn't think it was a sprint weekend. Oh damn. Okay, I am really out of the loop. Holy shit. That's a bit embarrassing. Hey guys, you know this thing that I've branded myself around? Yeah, I don't know it. I'm a phony. Pack it up, boys. I've been caught. 90-minute practice there. Ah, okay. So yeah, this one is a bit more of an important practice then. What time's the sprint tomorrow in the UK? One sec. Fake F1 fan, exactly. Fake F1 fan. Miami sprint time UK 5. Okay. Oh, right when I go live. Fuck. I might have to push the stream back tomorrow, guys. Like just so I can watch the fucking sprint. Fuck. Watch along. I'm supposed to be on like Kerbal, ain't I? Plus, watch along on stream would get me absolutely nuked from orbit. F1 is brutal with its copyright. Absolutely brutal with its copyright. To the point where I had to make sure that Twitch didn't save any VOD anytime I'm covering like actual IRL F1 content. Because even if Twitch automatically saved the VOD, even if I deleted it later, it's still liable for like DCMA, and then or DMCA, whatever it is, and then I've saved them to my PC, but like I can't upload them to YouTube or anything YMCA. Fair, valid, considering the state of the FIA. But yeah, the VODs that I've got saved to the PC, because I like automatically record every VOD to my PC, I can't upload them to YouTube either. I can't put any of that material on YouTube because, again, I'll just get nuked from orbit. So it's just not a crap. No video, no audio, no talking. Just yeah, that's it. Just a black screen. I don't know. I'll have a think. I'll release details in the Discord, guys. Likelihood is I will more than likely push the stream back by an hour just to get enough time to watch the sprint, and then we might go early on the stream on Sunday, by an hour or so, just to make sure that I'm clear to watch the race as well. So bear with it there, because I don't necessarily mind missing the qualies. I like watching qualifying because it does get a bit exciting. But yeah, obviously for the sake of stream, I don't have too much of a problem missing quali, but I do want to watch the race. So yeah, keep your ears tuned in the Discord. I'll post a ping or something later on. Figure out my timings. Okay, Middle East country that celebrates New Year, Nowruz in March. That's got to be Iran, right? I don't even know if it is, but that Nowruz thing and the fact that the last letter was an N kind of narrows it down, really. With a bonus on the line, I watch every second. You know what? Fair play. That's absolutely valid. Fixing your typewriter between broadcasts. Fair one. Actress Ray of Insecure, no idea. Ingredients in many plant-based meats. If it's plant-based, it's not meat. Stupid vegans. Catch my drift. No idea. All. Cross-legged yoga pose. Stupid. Leave alone. Nope. Stood up. No. One who takes action. A doer. No, a doer for. A do for. Woke agenda in the New York Times. Shock. That's it. A man called... I don't know this. No idea. Large ice cream containers. Tubs. That doesn't help me at all. Leave alone. Rose. John? But the first and last names are... first and last letters are O. That doesn't make sense. It just... you change those letters, it just translates to oh no. Apparently Verstappen is having problems shifting. He tried money shifting, that's why. He fucking heard you, medic. It's your fault. Everyone blame medic. You... are so busted. Ado. Well, without further ado. Driving Miss Daisy. Read. Not Eid. Read. I was elected to lead, not to read. Double up shift merchant. I'm gonna leave that because I think that's the only one I can't get. Pico, no idea. I'd quote him, but that's TOS. He had something strong to say in Jeddah. Yeah. Max has, yeah. Wait, did any of the cars go around Jeddah? I know the race was cancelled. Did any of the cars go around in Jeddah? I thought they went back to, like... I thought they did some testing in Japan after the race. But they haven't actually stepped foot in the Middle East yet. I don't know, man. Again, I'm so out of the loop. I'm in the middle of, like, getting prepped to go on deployment. Plus, I'm still working through all my streaming backlog. I have had zero time to keep up to date with the news. Shoe with a cougar in its logo. I have no idea what that would be. Yeah. State school founded by Thomas Jefferson would be a university, right? UVA. Oh, Puma. Does that have a cougar in its logo? I thought it would have had a Puma. I don't know. Oh, Peapod. Yeah, Peapod. Puma, you toad. But that's what I'm saying, like, a Puma, like, by definition should have a fucking, I don't know, Puma in its goddamn logo, not a cougar. Hello? They are two very different cats. That's like saying I'm driving a Jaguar with a picture of a fucking ocelot on the front of it. Get a grip. Part of the eye that contains melanin. Iris. I know that one. I don't know what these are. Oh, this will be Otto, right? Let be. And then Lotus. Wait, no. Yeah, C. Catch my drift, C. Okay, yeah. Yeah, baby! Yes, the cougar is the same animal as puma. Puma concolor, these are the same species, along with mountain lions and panthers inhabiting the Americas. These names are used interchangeably depending on the region, although puma is often used in Latin America and cougar. That's stupid. Pick one. Fucking trying to have their cake and eat it too. Also, I appreciate the AI Google response. Copy and paste there. Big cat. But that's what I'm saying. It's just fucking pick a name. Just pick a name. Go by that. It's like when people say, oh, is it a hurricane? Is it a typhoon? Is it a cyclone? It's the same shit. Just use one name. Just all of us choose one name. Fuck it. We're living in 2026. We shouldn't have multiple names for the same goddamn thing. Sort it out, English language. Yep, straight from AI overview. Yeah, I figured it would be. It comes across like that. Okay, let's do the spelling bee. Spelling bee. Child. Lid. Wait. Can I do like, because I can't have a 3-letter word. Hid. No. Click. Yeah. Lick. Oh, by the way, what relevance does the leaderboard have in FP1? I know it's ordered by best lap, but does it influence anything? Literally nothing. It's just a timing board, yeah. I'd say it kind of has, like, I'd say it kind of, like, shows you who's on the pace over the course of the weekend, but the amount of times, like, in the previous decade where Mercedes has just been, like, sandbagging to hell, and, like, mid-table, or, like, let other people get ahead of them in free practice and then just turn the engine up in the race. So it really doesn't mean anything these days. What do you mean, Milky? What do you mean a bit rich? Hello? Killed. Hill. Chill. Dill. All this just basic words. Right, click. Wait, I've got click, haven't I? Yes. Keel. Seal is French, but it might work. No. FP1 just shows who will be top 4, midfield at the back of the... But yeah, pretty much. Not even top 4 anymore. It'll just show who's running just behind the Mercedes. And then the rest of the pack, yeah. Basically, it just dictates who's going to be between the Mercedes and the Aston Martins, and in what order. Yeah, always ignore the Mercedes. Exactly. Exactly. Heed. Oh, it's not got the center letter. Heel. This is just a guess. Yeah, I didn't think so. Everyone keeps cutting turn 15. Which one's turn 15? That's the chicane, right? That's the chicane right before the back straight. No balls. Just fucking send it. Under the bridge. Yeah, the chicane. Yeah. Like. Lied. Lice. Leech. Can you have leeched? You can, nice. Not worth the risk in FP1 when everyone is running on 0 spares. Yeah, fair. I don't get it. Yeah, I mean, that I'm assuming they've still got the sausage curb there, which is going to wreck a floor if they get it wrong. Which, again, I don't really think sausage curbs have a place in F1. How do you not have any spares, though? Like, you've had a month. Yeah, it is a tough sequence. It is a tough sequence. Fuck me, English. We got Miami in my team in well, I say 2 weeks. I'm going to be on deployment in 2 weeks. When I get back, plus a week. Wait, no. The week I get back, actually. Yeah, the week I get back from deployment, we have Miami in my team. So you guys will see it like firsthand. No spares, the new upgrades. I suppose, yeah, if you guys were pulling long hours trying to get it ready, you wouldn't have had time to produce spares. Still, a bit crazy after a month. I imagine other teams would have had spares of the upgrades. Like Mercedes, maybe, and Ferrari. You guys were, like, trying to make brand new rear, like a brand new rear wing, so we had to, like, figure it out and then manufacture it, whereas Ferrari would have obviously just been able to manufacture it. There's like an spare. One solitary spare. With Merc have one upgrade this race. Yeah, where that's the thing. Merc, they've got the unenviable position of already being at the front, so they don't really have to sweat the upgrades too hard until the rest of the grid starts catching up. Lice. I think I've already got lice, but I'm gonna go again. Already found, yeah. Okay, dice. There's no... Christ. Like... Oh, okay. Lich. Ow. Liced? I don't know. Yeah, I didn't think that would be a word. I think that's all I can really think of. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go for the big boy crossword. Liked. Whoops. You know what? That fair play, Milky. I should have gone for that, but I did not. I'm an idiot. Sticks in locks. Pick. Element between fluorine and sodium. Oh, crap. Potassium? No. Wait, element between fluorine and sodium. Nuts. They're two very different fucking... It might be gold. Because, like, imagine this is a periodic table. Sodium's all the way over here, right? And then fluorine's over here, now, like, by chlorine and shit. So is it going to be, because you got hydrogen here, you got helium here, so sodium would be the one below hydrogen, and then fluorine is, I'm assuming then the one before chlorine. So there's like a list of 3 there. One sec. Gold is so low. Yeah, it is. Chlorine is second to the right in that row, or the one above. Yeah, all right. I know this is kind of cheated. Well, actually, let's see if I can figure this out first. What's over that area of the periodic table? You got chlorine, you got oxygen, nitrogen, carbon, sodium chloride. Yeah. Wait out, medic. I wanna see if I can figure this out. Oh, magnesium. It can't be magnesium. Because it's only 4 letters. So it's not it's not magnesium. Yeah, it won't be magnesium. It won't be... Hang on. Hang on, medic. Fuck. Yeah, you got nitrogen, oxygen, carbon, chlorine, fluorine is down there. All the noble gases to the right of it. I don't need to worry about that. I have a C minus in chem, so don't trust me. Lol. I got an A in science, but I have not studied the periodic table in a long time because, well, I don't need to. Fuck. Hang on, medic. Hang on. Come on, I can get this. It won't be lead. Lead is heavy. And that'll be way further down, right? It's not going to be tin. I ruled it out. What, lead? Can't be lead. Alright, you know what? I'm Googling the periodic table. One sec. Periodic. I know this is somewhat cheaty, but I need to figure this out, because this is pissing me off. Yeah, fluorine. Fluorine and sodium. They are two very... Oh, it's fucking neon. That's stupid. I'm thinking of it like a picture, like, this is like extreme left of arc, this is right of arc. They're doing it as like a cyclical thing. You know what? Fair enough. I was never going to get that, because I was constantly ruling it out. But yeah, neon. We're not listening to that. There we go. I feel cheated by that, but honestly, that was my own stupidity. Okay. Backstabbers. No idea. We'll figure that out in a bit. Animals whose Aztec name translates to turtle rabbit. What? Armadillo? Is it armadillo? One sec. Armadillo. No. What the fuck is a turtle rabbit? It might not. I don't. It wouldn't be a tortoise, would it? Because, firstly, it doesn't fit, and secondly, there's nothing rabbit around it. Oh, it's gonna be something stupid like it's a goddamn bird or some shit. We're coming back to that one. We're coming back to that one. You saying the Racing Bulls livery? Yeah, mate, they cooked with that. The yellow. Just reminds me of the Jordans. I'll be honest with you, the Racing Bulls, whenever they come up with their one-off livery, they cook almost every time. It's fantastic. Simpsons car. Yeah, fair. It still absolutely slaps. Right. Bumps place idiomatically. I don't know what the fuck that means. Oxygen-dependent microorganism. That could be anything. I don't think this is pick. Let's get rid of this. Okay, right. Let's just go through and try and sort this. Prepare in military slang. That could be anything, right? One down up my nose. What? Sticks in lot. What, bumps place? No? I don't know. Anyway, right, let's just figure this out. Cat or pet follower? I don't know what that means. Right, philosopher who championed simple explanations. That one is, like, on the tip of my tongue, but yeah. There is one mechanic in the Racing Bulls garage in the normal colours among an absolute sea of yellow. Bro forgot his fucking school uniform. That's what it is, mate. It's like when it's an... Well, I don't know if Americans will get this, because you guys don't really do school uniforms, but, like, for the Brits and, like, the Europeans, when you go to school and you forget that it's a non-uniform day, and you turn up in uniform, you're the only fucking idiot still in school uniform. That's the vibe I'm getting from that message. Oh, bro forgot to bring in his quid. Fuck's sake. No, I went to a Catholic school till 3rd grade. Yeah, I think they have uniforms then, don't they? Catholics are weird. Plato? It could be Plato. We'll go for... Did Plato champion simple explanations? I don't know. We'll leave it there as a placeholder. Alright, spongy... that's a loofah, right? Right. Body sculpting procedure informally. Diet? Talks and talks. Yaps. I'm not sure how I didn't evaporate every time we went across the street to the church. Fair. It may be bitter. Nope. Some winds. Windy. Windy. Holiday that's also a Hebrew letter. I don't know. One Division co-star Elizabeth Olsen. I know that one. Baguettes. Bread. Oh, oui, baguette. Oh, wait, baguette. Was that just be loaf, then? Loaf. Sign of canine contentment. Wag. Rests on one's laurels. Could be anything, right? Storybooks say. Announcements before giveaways. No. Like some romantic resorts. Exclusive? Nah. Voids, authorizers, let, maybe? I don't know. Satellite alternative. Would that not be just cable? Retinue, no. Combat sport for short. Nope. Would it be MMA or UFC, maybe? I don't know. Company whose name comes from a term in the board game Go. Hasbro. Hasbro. Or not. Company whose name comes from a term... Oh, in the board game Go. Oh, sorry. I misread that. I have not even seen the board game Go. Never mind know what the terms for it are. Word with thou. You. Craving for snacks. Dutch for farmer. Nope. Eliminates entirely, eradicates, or annihilates. Let's go for annihilate. I think that's how you spell annihilate. Is that how you spell annihilate? Yeah. It just looks weird in all caps. It's spread out like that. Skulk in the shadows, to lurk. Hey guys, Twitch term, spotted. Myosin's partner protein. I feel like I should know that, but I don't. Scruff, cat, something human? No idea. Big name in petrol, Dave. OPEC? I don't know. Angle variable in math. Nope. East, northeast, and west, southwest. Nope. I don't know any of these. Crazy Rich Asians. No. Hunters. No. Uncontroversial opinions. Ayo, what's out there going 20 mile an hour on track? That's the Aston Martin, buddy. Don't worry about it. They'll get there in the end. Dorm buddy. Roommates? Without looking Aston, exactly. See, Milky gets it. Alright, something's not... You know what, I'm bored of that. Let's do some Geoguessr. How do we end up on, Please tell me I got demoted. Did we get demoted? Ah, we're still in gold 1. Damn it. Stone season has ended. I was just outside the top 30,000, apparently, in the top 25%. Oh, we're in the turtle season. Actually, Aston Martin's are 3 places up from the bottom. Is that because the others haven't set a time yet? Geoguessr! Oh! Let's go. Okay. India. I'm saying we're in India. I'm calling it now. India. Yeah, we're just going India. Fuck it. Yeet! Send it. I think only one of the drivers below. Lol. I'm assuming the other two are the Cadillacs then. Sri Lanka's a shout. He might get me on that. I mean, I was technically correct with it being India, but good God, was I wrong. This looks Australian. It's not, though, because they're driving on the right. Come on, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Ah. Road sign. Oh. It's on about a curve in the road. What a great addition. Hello? Ah, wait, hello. Mi casa en la vera. Indeed, my guy, indeed. Can I find a road sign, please, sir? Any road sign at all. Wait, where's the sun? The sun is in the southwest, so we're northern hemisphere. Could be Mexico. I mean, it could be anything, really, right? It's anything Spanish, but... Can I please progress? This is like when you're trying to run in a dream. Come on, man. Oh, also Astons are on softs. Yeah, that makes sense. Like Cadillacs and Lindblad. Okay. Lindblad. Both Cadillacs in a race, but okay. Yeah. Right. These seem like European road signs. I ain't lying. Come on. Ah, what are you? I think we're in Europe somewhere, I'm not gonna lie. I might just put it in Europe and hope for the best. Come on. The movement in this game is feckin' awful. Seems a Cadillac has switched to softs too. Okay, so, yeah. The two Willies have gone hard. Not the Willies! I'm actually a bit disappointed with how Williams are doing this year. I was hoping they'd be a bit further up in the midfield. Because they were making good progress in the last set of regs. But everyone's just back to square one now. Cruce peligroso. Hello? Randila Robidei. CC and LX1. Okay, come on. Come on. Okay, EX119, CC77. Is that any of these? No. What about you? Also no? Fuck it, I'm just hoping for the best. I might lose on this one. Bro, an Audi sent it off track and turned around in that overshoot. It's called a runoff. Get it right! Nah, it's... Wait, oh, is he gonna beat me because he's sweating it? Yeah, no, Piastri pitted after possible brake smoke in the cockpit. LOL! Oh, Oscar. You know what? I'd feel really bad for him, but it would also be, like, peak comedy if Piastri once again doesn't start a race. If the car just fucking breaks once again. And, he doesn't get to start the race again. Let's go over here. Right. Let's have a look at the license plates. They should tell me if we're in the EU or not. I don't think we are. Doesn't look like it. I don't know where we are, though. Hello? Where's the sun? The sun's north. So we're in the southern hemisphere. I'm gonna get in and... wait. I'm gonna go with... somewhere around here. I don't know, though. We might be completely cooked. Hey, I got one. I got one, guys. Right. Well, we're definitely not in Europe here. Jesus. Indonesia, maybe? Okay, let's head further into town. See if we can spot a different sign. I need some form of text. Could be Philippines. I feel like that's a currency, but I have no idea what it is. I don't know! I might just go Indonesia and be done with it. Ah, hello. There's a sign here. Come on. Yeah, let's go. Let's go here. I seem in more Indonesian, but I mean, it may be Philippines or something. Ah, damn it. Getting ratioed here. This seems Australian. No, we're on the right, so probably Canada? Maybe the US? Nope, signs are in Spanish. Blah, 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 Belém. I swear I've seen Belém before. I think it's Colombia or something, right? And let's hang about, but I think we're in that area of the world. Come on. Come on. Where are we at? There's a lot of noises coming from the turbo. Guys, the engine's making noise and I don't know what's going on. Come on. All the way over. All the way over. Hello? There we go. What does this do? Ooh. Wait, isn't Belém over here? Yeah, Belém. Okay, so we're over here, right? Oliveira de Fatima. Oliveira de Fatima. Oliveira de Fatima. Wait. Easy way of checking, right? We're in the... Sun's to the north. So... Christ. I know where we are. I just need to figure out, like... Where we are. Caddy just had a big lock up on the softs. Strong. It's practice, mate. This is where they make their mistakes, right? Let's get back to this. Here. Pugmeal. Okay, Pugmeal and Nova Rosalanda. That's Nova Esperanza. I don't know anymore. I'm sweating this far too much. Hello? Damn it, man. What is it gonna be? You know what? Let's just go... I don't know. I don't know anymore. Fuck it, we're just going here. Whatever. Oh, damn, we were... Holy crap, how far off were we? Was that a different Belém? That seems a bit dumb. Ooh, that's pretty. Driving on the right again, still. That's Germany. I'm getting Bavarian vibes. Yeah, fuck it. Bavaria. Southern Germany, over here somewhere. Let's go. I probably needed to be closer to the Alps, to be honest. I think I fucked that one up. Oh, yeah, we get it. We get it. What a play! Oh! This looks a bit European and German. Yes, it is. Both of those things. It's more like Northern Germany, though, right? Wait, there was a flag. There was a flag! Give me the flag. Hello? I swear I saw a flag. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe not. Wait, yes. Ah, what does this do? Come here, please. Flag, 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 flag. I can't go up there. I haven't unlocked that part of the map yet, apparently. Ah, fuck it, who cares? Let's just go here. I don't know. Ah. God damn it. Oh well. It is what it is. Hopefully I just take too much of a fucking ratio and I get pinged down level. Why am I against him again? Geoguessr, sort your shit out. It seems... I was gonna say American, but then I saw a little car and I was like, that's not an American thing to do. We're definitely like NA or something though, right? Or maybe Australia. Ah, the sun. Where's the sun? In the north, we're Australia. Okay, let's go. Let's go over here. Try and figure out where we are. Lest we forget, Memorial Hall. Yeah, that's very much Australian thing. I don't know anymore. Ah, wait, road signs. I love road signs. They're great. Otorahanga and Kawia, the 39. Okay. Sure, buddy. That's just the 39 though, right? That's not even... Okay, that's... So it's not New South Wales. It's not that. I found a way of figuring out where we are. One sec. Okay, so it's not New South Wales. It's not Queensland. Could it be South Australia? Helps if I zoom in on a road, really, doesn't it? There we go. That's the A1. Any side roads? Nah. Ah, you bitch. Get away from me. Screw it, we're going Northern Territory. We're going there. Ah, fuck's sake. Okay, this guy's a sweat. Of course, Verstappen just slammed out a best lap, I think, or I'm dumb. I don't know, he and Leclerc were passing P1 back and forth for a sec. Ah, fair. Again, it's FP1, it's not too deep. Let's go over here, please. Wait. Back one. Adopts a highway next 2 miles. Family of Pat Sims. I don't know what that means. Where's the sun? The sun is just in the east. So I think we're America, right? Also, that just screams US. The name Pat Sims seems familiar. I just don't know what it's in reference to. Shafter Ghost Town. We're in West, like the Wild West here, right? I don't know, Utah, Nevada, something like that. You say it's not too deep, but this Verstappen we're talking. Yeah, Verstappen more like is just more pissed off whenever it goes wrong, right? Presidio or Ojinaga. New Mexico, maybe? Could be SoCal. It's desert as fuck. That's all I know, really. Let's just slap it on up into New Mexico. I don't care. We're gonna lose this one as well. Oh, look at him. Again, this dude is sweating it. Hey, get fucked. Oh, it was Texas. Okay. Hey, at least I got the right side of the border. Well, this is America as well. Tri-County. So that's New York, right? Tri-County's New York area? Like, says to me that's New York. I'm just doing it. I don't care. New York. I don't know, here somewhere. Fuck it. I'm wrong. I don't know, man. Like, everyone's... America just looks the same. You chose one style of building and went, yeah, that'll do. Right, well, wherever we are, we haven't invented roads yet, so that's a thing. Come on. What can I... What is happening here? What are we doing? Hey, balloons! They don't have roads, but they have balloons. A-tier civilization. I don't know, man. Where's the sun? The sun's over there, so... I'm just going down here. Let's go down Colombia. I don't know, man. I have no idea. Get wrecked. That's what you get for guessing too fast. Ah, I was actually in Colombia as well. Nice. I have no idea. I have no idea. This seems Australian. We're driving on the left as well, so... Yep, this is Australia. I just need to find out where. Brother, Australia's a big place. What are you doing? Fine, whatever. Ah, fuck. Alright, he's got me there. That was a stupid move. It really irritates me when they guess within the first 5 seconds, though. Well, we're next to a KFC, wherever we are. Skip about this. It's almost like America, but it's not. I'm thinking this is Australia, you know. Where's the sun? Sun's in the northeast. I think we're in Australia. I mean, we could be South Africa again. Citriconic. Yeah, okay, I'm thinking South Africa. Where'd that go? Hello? Where's... Yeah, South Africa. Let's just go here again. Fuck it, why not? Okay, so he's gone Botswana. I think we should win that one. Yeah, we win that one. That's good, that's good. Hooray! Right, we're driving on the right. Okay. This looks Brazil. Yeah, I'm getting Brazil from this. Come on, your grandmother just described Leclerc's close pass to the wall by driving by Braille. I like it. Oh, wait. Ah, come back, fuel truck. Come back here and let me read you. You didn't really tell me anything. God damn it. It's not a fuel truck either, I don't think. I have no idea where we are. Come on. Oh my god, the fucking movement in this game. Oh, piss off. Fuck off, man. Right, we're just going Brazil. I don't care. Like, the game needs to, like, if you're gonna let people move around, you need to actually sort out the movement. Having it glitch out all the time is just fucking dumb. I have no idea where we are. Sun's in the south, so northern hemisphere. Let's go this way. Mainly because there's a town over here. Seems German. It could be Eastern Europe. Let's see. Ah, here we go. Yeah, okay, this is Eastern Europe. This isn't Germany. Nice area. Okay, now we're under a bridge. Hello? Well, that seems... In fact, one sec. What's the 46? There we go, right. 45 there. 42. Okay. I don't know. We'll just go around here somewhere. Fuck it. Hey! Oh, wow. I actually wasn't that far off. That was a good guess. Oh, we win as well. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, look, a turtle. Love to see it. Love to see it. Ugh. I don't understand how I fell asleep for like 3 hours this afternoon and I'm still tired. It makes no sense, guys. Make it make sense. I'm against a Swedish person. This seems Indian or Southeast Asian. I could do with some form of... Okay, I guess I don't get to go down that way, right? Yep, no, I gotta go fuck myself. Alright, we're going this way then, I suppose. Something's on fire over there. Homestar. It used to be that I'd see something like this and go, oh yeah, that's like Indonesia, and just fucking slap the guess, but I can't do that anymore. We haven't had an Indonesia one for a while, actually. That's just seeming a bit more... less jungly than I'd expect for Indonesia. I don't know. I mean, if we could have any form of writing, there we go. I don't know if that's... I don't know what language that is. I'm gonna go for a random-ass guess. And I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna put it on Borneo. Old Borneo. It's probably Philippines, though, to be fair. It was Philippines. I was gonna go Philippines first as well. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot! Sun is in the northwest. Ooh. This seems... just weird. Hello? Have humans reached here yet? Is this Earth? Jesus Christ, not a road to be seen. Why would you need Street View here? Hello? No, it's like they fucking somewhere. Brother, why do we need Street View here? Who's paying for this mapping? Come on, keep going, keep going, keep going. You fucking, I have no idea where we are, man. Hello? This is nuts. I've been going for ages. We've not even hit tarmac. Jesus. I reckon this has got to be like somewhere like Brazil or like somewhere in Africa, right? Like rural as fuck. Fantastic. A tier. I guess we're going this way. I haven't even seen a building in about 3 minutes. Again, who is mapping this? Hey, look, a building. He's a dog. Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? There is not a single word here. Also, I have no idea what I'm looking at right now. I have no words. I have no, like, there's no writing or anything. I have no clue where in the hell we are. Jesus, man. FP1 is complete. Nice. I'm assuming the Mercedes are on at the front, but could be Ferrari, actually. Could be Red Bull. You were saying Max went quite quick earlier. Any writing? Colonia Nueve. Okay. We see that it's some sort of Spanish. That is all we know so far. So I'm thinking Argentina. Then the sun is just west. It's not even like in the west. The Ferraris and Max and Piastri. Okay, yeah, that figures. I remember you saying about Max and Leclerc going faster. I don't remember a time when I wasn't on this map. Is this purgatory? Am I dead? Chat, am I dead? Is this what death is? There's no heaven and hell, there's just life and then this map. I have no... Are we near... I mean, at least there's not... At least we're not on mud. Hey, welcome in, Kyo. We are in Geoguessr Purgatory. I have been on this map for like 5 minutes. I've not even seen a single road sign. We've only just found road. How are you, girl, anyway? Hope your Friday's going well. I am tired as shit, and I don't know why, because I slept for like 3 hours this afternoon. Yeah, I think I just need to slip into something more comfortable, like a coma. Fuck it, we're going here. I don't know anymore, man. I'm so confused. Let's go here. I don't know. When you're not in Geoguessr Purgatory, very, very true. Hey, we got it, though! I don't know how I did that, but we'll go for it. This is also very true, though, Kia. we got ratioed in the word games. Oh, Barnsley. Fucking Barnsley. I know where we are. Wait, kind of. Oh, it's Barnsley Borough, so Bolton upon Durn. Okay, if I lose out here, I'm gonna be pissed. Alright, I'm just panicking. Barnsley. Fucking Barnsley. That'll do. That's right, get wrecked. Get wrecked. Don't try and play me at my own place. How was Pips? We got Pips. We did get Pips. I think that was like 15 minutes we took that. That looks Thai. Maybe Indian? Indian. We're going Indian. There's elephants and fucking cows and shit. Yeet. Yeah. Pips was decent. We managed to get that in about 15 minutes. It was an absolute war crime of a puzzle. I will say that. Strands I gave up on after one guess because it was Hawaiian themed and I know exactly 0 Hawaiian words. So I was not so I didn't exactly have the home team advantage there. And then the crossword, we got the mini and the midi fairly quickly. I think it took us a minute to get the mini one and like 10 minutes to do the midi. But the big boy one I gave up on. And then Medic and Milky have been keeping me up to date on what's been going on with Free Practice 1, with the F1, because that is currently on right now. That looks like this, so let's go there. Ah, we lose out. But yeah, that's basically how the stream's been going so far. I hope your Friday's going well anyway. Yeah, my Friday was pretty decent. I was hungover because I went out with a bunch of the guys from work yesterday. Where the fuck are we? Hello? Why do I feel like we're in some sort of sci-fi movie set? Where the fuck? Right, all those waters to the south. So we're on a southern point in the, yeah, I have no fucking clue. Hell yeah, today's good, but a bit slow. Okay, that's not too bad. Oh, fuck you. Right, we're just going here. I don't, you know what? I feel like it's gonna be somewhere here. Let's go here. Yeah, let's go, I don't know. Let's go here. I don't care anymore. Oh, let's go. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, my day was pretty slow. We went out, for a couple of drinks last night, so I was a bit hungover this morning. Not, like, horrifically so, because I knew obviously I was duty medic this week, so I knew I had to, like, do medicine and shit today, right? So I only went out for a couple. I didn't overcook it. The rest of the guys did. They all had the day off. I was the only one in work today. from the medical team anyway, because the commanding officer gave the whole unit a day off, but then there was no one to cover my shift from the other unit on camp, so I ended up having to work it. So yeah, I was the only member of my regiment in work today. That looks Indian. So unfortunately, yeah, I was the only one in, which meant everyone else could send it and go out hard yesterday, last night. I had to kind of play it a bit sensible. But I went into work this morning a little bit tired more than anything, and then, but I mean, I had zero patience. Nothing on like, clinic hours, like sick parade or anything, and then no one booked in for any routine stuff like audios or vaccinations. So I basically just sat in the office and watched reels on Instagram for like 2 hours and then went home. This looks African. So yeah, I mean, I've had an easy day, but yeah, the fact that I had to get up at like 7 a.m. has written me off a little bit. Northwest Company, West Empresarial, where the hell are we? Let's go over here. That town's gonna have some form of signs, right? Come on. But yeah, I mean, the good thing is, obviously, it is lame, Kyo, you are completely correct, but at the same time, I'll get that day back. So the CO gets 12 days to grant for, like, just random days off at his discretion each year, and that's on top of our annual allowance. Bearing in mind, I think it's 38 days a year annual leave, right? So I get a lot of time off. Yeah, so he gets an extra 12 he can just add on whenever the hell he wants. So he added one of those on today. But because I've already been granted it on the admin system, I can go online and book that day off whenever I want. So I'm just going to book it for a full day, because Fridays for us are a half day anyway. So I can get some absolute stonks here and take a full day off instead of a half day, and ain't no one going to say shit. So yeah, I can't do it on Monday though, because I'm on a range on Monday. Your boy's firing a block. And then I don't know where the hell we are. Well, it says Brasileiro, so let's go Brazil. But yeah, so I'm gonna book that off at some point. I won't be able to take it next week because I'm deploying at the end of next week for a couple of weeks. So instead, I'll probably take it when I get back. So yeah. That's where I'm at the minute. So yeah, it was lame, but at the same time, not as lame as it could have been. Hey, welcome in, Casa. Welcome in. Oh, we're getting everyone popping in today. What a time to be alive. Hope your day's going well, mate. Happy Friday. It's the weekend, thank Christ. Hell yeah, we take wins as they come. Absolutely, we take wins as they come. What the hell? Someone got a random ass old school bus parked in their garden because reasons. Sun's in the south. This is given like America. Well, it's Canada. Pure maple syrup. We go here. But yeah, that's actually a point. It seems I've got a couple of years in chat that probably haven't been notified, because I've not put anything in Discord yet. End of next week, I will be going away for 2 weeks. I'm going on deployment. Basically, we've got a routine deployment out in the fucking boonies. And the medic that's out there is coming home for 2 weeks to do, like, R&R. Basically, just get, like, rotating back from the front for a bit to get some time home. So I'm going out to cover her, basically. So they still have medical cover. Stop leaving me. I'm sorry. I need it for the money. My OnlyFans ain't doing too well. I've got to rely on an actual job. Christ, what was that? There's so much chat going on right now. I can't keep up. Fuck it. This looks green. You fucking... You. Yeet. Gone. Done. Don't care. You got the whole, you guys have a holiday today too? No, I was supposed to, but then I had to work. But I get the day off and I get to take it whenever I want. What is autocorrect on? Drugs. I really should have locked in a bit harder there, I think. Damn it, I lost. Last time I throw. But yeah, no, it's, I was saying, like, I was supposed to have today off, but everyone else also had today off, and I still needed to do medical stuff. I was on duty, so today's Labor Day in a lot of countries. I don't think we have Labor Day here. That's not really a thing for us. That seems Vietnamese. We're going here. Say less. Ah! Yeah, no, for us it was just a random day off that the CO granted. So, yeah, we just kind of... everyone just kind of had the day off. But yeah, because I'm duty medic at the minute, I unfortunately was required to be in work at the medical center. Damn, my Labor Day isn't for a while yet. I don't even know what is Labor Day. Like, what the fuck is it actually, like, hello? And, like, why are we not allowed to wear white after it? I don't understand what is happening. We do have May Day coming up, so on Monday we have a bank holiday, like a public holiday. Yeah, fuck it, let's just go here. I don't care. Labor Day is essentially worker protection day. We don't protect our workers! What kind of virgin stuff is that? Lol. Nah, we have May Day, so it's a bank holiday, so, like a public holiday, so Monday's off as well. So the guys that weren't in work today have got 4 days in total, for a weekend. They're getting a 4-day weekend, which I both love and hate. Love because I love a good 4-day weekend. Hate because, well, you know, I'm not getting it because I'm in work on the Friday and the Monday. I've got to go shoot some shit on Monday, and I was treating shit on the Friday. Matalam, Municipal Minority... Philippines. Wait, maybe not. It could be Africa. But why can't people wear white after Labor Day? What is that about? Like, what... Again, this isn't something we have in the UK. This is seeming more and more African as I go. I'm not gonna lie. These things are pretty dope. I don't know what it does, but I love it. I want one. That is awesome. Just don't you fucking put me on a countdown. I'm looking at the bike things. Fucking, I don't know. Here. Do Yanks not have bank holidays? I think it's the same thing. They just have public holidays, right? Not bank holidays, but they're essentially the same concept. Because then you guys have got Labor Day, Columbus Day is another one, right? You got a bunch of other stuff. This seems British. Oh god, that's someone's driveway. Let's not go there. Hello? Actually, this doesn't seem very British. The houses are too nice. Oh my god. Well, that narrows it down. We're in Lithuania. Let's go here. Fuck it. Yeah. Pretty much a celebration of having a 2-day weekend and 40-hour work weekend. Yeah, fair enough. That's kind of the same with us. Yeah, we get the bank holiday next week. We also have a bank holiday at the end of May. I'm not quite sure what that is for. I think we have like 8 or 9 bank holidays dotted across the year. Something like that. Being reminded of all the people who had to fight to accomplish that. Ah, right. I get you. I get you. Imagine getting bank holidays, mate. I'm not getting a bank holiday. I'm on a range on Monday. I'm firing because I've got to get some competencies ticked off before I deploy at the end of next week. Debbie Shack. I don't know Debbie. She's a bitch. Where's the sun? The sun is in the south. Fuck it. I don't care. We're going UK. I know it's not, but we're going UK. Somehow still in it, though. Debating whether I pay $3.50 for the live telemetry thing that F1 has. I don't have it. Also, with the way the TV licensing works in the UK, I'm going to have to sail the 7 seas if I want to watch F1 now. Okay, we're going here. We have a lot of bank holidays, most of them in most of our states. Yeah, fair. Now TV. Yeah, no, Milky, the way the TV licensing works, Now TV, you still need a TV license. I kicked the fuck off when I found out about that. But yeah, no, it's, so it used to be, for the non-Brits among us, it used to be that you only had to have a TV license to watch BBC, like on demand or anything BBC, because the TV license proceeds funds the BBC, right? And that, to me, makes sense. The BBC doesn't advertise during its programming. It just advertises its own programs. It's a government-owned organisation, and it was like, yeah, okay, yeah, cool, whatever. I don't watch the BBC, so I don't buy a TV license. All's good. But they then changed it, so now it doesn't matter if it's the BBC or any other form of live content. You have to have a TV license. So you, yeah, you have to have Fortaleza. Wait, that's like Portugal, right? But yeah, you have to. Even if you're watching, like, Channel 4 or, like, Sky, you have to pay for a TV license, which then funds the BBC. So I kicked the fuck off, because I'm not having that. That is fucking ridiculous. I'm not having the BBC just fucking steal money from me. Bunch of thieving pricks. TV license sounds like a joke to confuse the Americans. That's because it is a fucking joke. Right, well, that is France. Where in France are we? Just saw an ad for a hotel in Kyoto. Nice. I know you're trying to bring up the Kyoto moment, but I don't. You got to try harder than that to get to rage bait me. Let's go here. Fuck it. I don't know. Oh, piss off! I've been here. I've been here. Ah, fuck you. In Germany, you have something similar to the TV license, actually. Yeah, but it's a good idea when it does go to fund the government broadcasting, right? It makes sense, because you're paying the government money, and they run the broadcasting off of it. But when they start charging citizens to watch private broadcasts, that's when I start having a problem. Like the T alarm, lol. Well, I mean, I don't know if the Brits or I don't know if the non-Brits in chat are going to realize, like, that we have a legitimate thing every day about 5 o'clock in the evening where we have to buy power from France. We have to buy electricity from France because everyone's making a cup of tea. Afhalle, Vigbringer, that's German. Oh, fuck off, you virgin. We go here. Get wrecked. Yeah, no, it pisses me off. So that's what I've declared, that I don't need a license, and whenever I want to watch F1, I'm gonna sail the seven seas. Fuck the BBC. Can't park there, mate. Can't park there. Imagine the generational aura loss, right? You crash your car, and then the Google Earth car drives by. Oh, my dude. Oh, that is tragic. Oh, that's fucking brilliant. Oh, that's amazing. That's fucking amazing. I love that so much. Oh, right, this is Africa. I'm going with here. Yeah, usually during the ad break for EastEnders. Yeah, exactly. It's like 5:15, 5:30, something like that. We have to buy power from France to cover for everyone running the kettles at the same time. This dude is actually starting to fucking rage bait me a little bit. Drove past a truck that went off the highway into the trees yesterday. Lol. Skill issue. I hope he was okay, but still. Skill issue. Alright, people are driving on the left, so... Oh my... Right, this fucking guy! Ah! This fucking guy. Can't believe I lost that. Absolute fucking virgin behavior. Virgin behavior. And I fucking fell for it. We'll make this one the last Geoguessr game, I think, maybe. I don't know. We'll see how I feel after the next one. I don't really care. Here, I guess. I don't know. We do need to spend some time watching Oversimplified, to be fair. Debated, exactly. Fucking exactly. I'm actually more annoyed at myself that it worked. But I'm also really not focusing on the game at all. I'm chatting, so... Holland. It's probably not. It's probably America, right? With some very, very loose, tenuous claim to Holland. Someone's ancestors were probably Dutch like 200 years ago. Doesn't say where in... Yeah, oh, mate, this place... I don't know what it is with Americans, man. Just clinging. Why is the burnt peanut on my fucking Geoguessr game, please? Hey! Cheers for the resub, Milky. Appreciate it, man. 4 months. 4 months. That is nuts.
I've contained my rage for as long as possible,
this.
but I shall unleash my fury upon you
like the crashing of 1,000 waves.
Be gone, vile man! Be gone from me! A starter car!
This is ours, a finisher car!
The transporter of gods! The golden god! I am untethered and my rage knows no bounds!
I love that redeem. That's new though as well. That's a new redeem, but it's fantastic. Ah, god damn it, Milky. Wait, you got the 5k? You got the 5k. You absolute virgin. Oh, look at me. I know where things are. Great. Bet you don't know how to talk to someone while maintaining eye contact though. Hello, can I go here, please? Here. There we go. Haha. Slavinska. Okay, so this is like weird half German, half not. So I guess like here. Look at this absolute sweat, mate. Absolute sweat. And you got it wrong. You still got it wrong. Fuck off. Fuck off, medic. Fuck off. God damn it, man. I'm just getting fucking bullied. I don't know where the fuck is. Yes, I have song. I've questioned my life every fucking day on playing this damn game. Let's go over here. Let's see what we can read. Well, it's Russian. That'll do. Hey, look, we won one. It's all coming up Millhouse now. Okay. Not the Fajaka. This is Romanian. I'm getting big Romanian vibes. Romania. Ta-da! Da 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 da. That's it. Panic. Panic for me. Oh, it's Bosnia. Huh, fair enough. I'm not really trying here. I don't know if you can tell. I am unbothered. This is European? No, wait, no, it's not. Is it? No, I don't know anymore, man. No. Bridge to USA. What was that, Queensland? I am Confucian. 402 West. Hello? Oh, that's 401. I swear to God, I'm having an aneurysm trying to comprehend what the hell is going on. Hello? Oh, god damn, I have no idea. This is hurting my brain. Ottawa, maybe? Maybe? Hello? That's still the 401. Where the feck's the 402? 402, west. Let's go here. I don't know anymore, man. Let's just do that. I'm not bothered anymore. Oh, look at him again, sweating. You know all I want to do? You know what I want? You know what all I want out of life right now is just to get demoted a few levels in Geoguessr. Oh! Get wrecked. Why are you saying GG? You're still winning, you lizard. This is German. The Germans! Well, actually, the Svensson sounds Nordic, so it might be Swedish. Or Danish. Yeah, this is Nordic. This is... I'm thinking this might be Denmark, you know. No. I don't know anymore! I don't want to listen to this either. Oh. This is an old tune. I like it, though. It's good. Someone want to tell me, isn't that Dutch? I don't think it is Dutch. Nah, that's not Dutch. Dutch looks like... Dutch is basically just like the unholy offspring between German and English. And it just sounds goofy as hell. And this doesn't quite fill me with the same sense of whimsy. Fuck knows where we are, though. Fuck it, we're going here. Yeet, say less, fam. I think that's Norwegian. I don't know why, but that crown seems Norwegian to me. I know that's a very strange sentence to say. And factually correct. Get wrecked. Tres Cortez. That looks like a veterinary sort of thing. Let's go here, please. Hello? Wait, what? Hello? Ah, very advertised. Much visible. Let's go over here. San Cristobal, indeed. Wait, let's have a look. Okay, are we in the EU? We are not in the EU. Let's see if I can find a utility pole. It is not octagonal, so it's not Mexico. Where's the sun? Northeast. Argentina, say less. Bye-bye. It's probably Brazil. We've been getting a lot of Brazil maps lately. We haven't seen an actual Argentinian map in a while. Sun's in the north. I don't think it's Mexico. Oh yeah, look at me go. Buenos Aires. Bodied. Nailed it. Oh, why am I in the promotion zone? Someone put me out of my misery, please. Please. We'll do one more, then we'll leave the Geoguessr for today. Ugh. Can't stop yawning. Good lord, man. Oh god, where the hell are we now? It's in the south, so this is probably America. This feels American. East End. Discover East End? No! I don't wanna. Don't tell me what to do. You're not my real dad. I don't know. I could... yeah, I could seriously do with, like, some form of civilization to read some signs amongst. Please? Wait, that was a sign. Let's go here, please. Hello? What do you say? Welcome to East End with a dinosaur. I have no fucking clue. We are in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. And apparently we exist in 240p now. Okay. This is American. This has got to be American. I don't want to listen to that. I don't want to listen to that either. Or that. This'll do. Bit of Fallout vibes. Yeah. Stream bank. Valley of Hidden Secrets. Very much indeed. Saskatchewan. Found. Canada. Saskatchewan's there, and there's a Valley of Hidden Secrets. The Valley of Hidden Secrets. Where is that then? I actually have no clue. That's not Saskatchewan anymore. I'm just looking for something that looks somewhat valley-like. Wait, what's that now? Oh, piss off. I'm gonna lose now, aren't I? Because I took too long. That's Alberta. Right, fuck it. We're just going here. I don't care. Here. I don't know. Oh, you lizard. It's just tryhards, mate. Just tryhards everywhere. Why are you like that? There we go. Sorry, I saw something on my OBS that was a little bit fooky. Hey, look, dogs! Morale. Dogs. Don't care what happens for the rest of the game now. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Bork indeed, Casa. Bork indeed. Heckin'. Just a couple of heckin' good boys. Where the fuck are we? Where's the sun? It's in the south, so we're definitely North Hemisphere, but, like, I have no idea. This seems very, like, Latin. Mexico? Could be Mexico. It's Mexico. Let's go here, fuck it. Again, look at him. Look at him. Try hardin', mate. Stupid. Probably gonna watch some Oversimplified or something like that after this. For the lulz.
Good God! It's hideous. Beautiful in an ugly way, but mostly hideous.
Are we going on? Oh, hello. It's Japan. Kuchikuri, Ichinomiya. Okay, right. Let's see if I can find this. I tend to do quite well at Japan. That's the 21, 31, or the 123. Ichinomiya is normally like round here, right? That's the 122, so 123 might be nearby. That's the 125. 126. Okay, zoom in a little bit more, maybe? 123. Okay, we got... come back. Right, that's the 123. That runs this way. Okay. 123 and the 31. So let's find the 31, because that's the junction, right? So let's keep going. Let's keep going. 121. Wait, I've lost it. How do you lose a road? 48. Oh, piss off. Oh, I know what I'm doing in Geoguessr because I'm a virgin. Yeah, we get you, mate. We get you. Let's just slap it here. I don't know, man. Wrong side of the country, I think. It's down by Chiba. Okay. If I'd have looked a bit further, I'd have been fine. I've not been around this area of Japan yet. I do kind of want to see what Chiba's all about next time I go, but I'd have to have a look. Well, that's French, but it's like French Africa, so I'm thinking like Senegal or something, right? Maybe Dakar? Could be Guinea or I think Gambia is... Oh yeah, Senegal. Let's just go Senegal near Dakar. I think. It could be Algeria. That's a solid shout, Casa. Hey, get wrecked. Take those 8 points of damage, you fucking nerd. Yeah, no, it's one of them. I saw French, I saw Africa. I was like, okay, well, this looks Thai. Maybe Malaysian. Let's just go down. Let's go down towards Phuket. It's probably like northern Thailand. It's probably like up here, right? Oh well. It is what it is. I wasn't really feeling Geoguessr too much today anyway, to be honest. And hopefully this means I might actually get demoted at some point. I yearn for the sweet release of death. Okay. Let's go ahead and cancel out of that. And then let's go for oversimplified. Ta-da! I have a notification. That's because Chibidoki has uploaded a video. Fun. Okay, hello. I need this, please. Thank you. We're gonna go ahead and pause you because we don't need the music right now. How do I... Like so. Right, we got rid. Haha. Alright. We did say we were going to watch the Punic Wars, right? That was a thing that we said we were going to watch last week. So let's go ahead. Let's watch the first one. Let's see what happens. Wait, recap the first... Which Punic Wars am I supposed to be watching here? I'm assuming the second Punic War, right? I don't know anymore, man. I just fucking work here. I guess we watch the first one and go Punic Wars 1. Alright, let's do that then. Oh god, that's loud! It's actually not that loud. Alright, we need theater mode, because we're to the theater. And, yeah, we don't really care about NordVPN just yet, because, well, I don't get paid by them, basically. LOL.
Made possible. And a 30-day glorious.
Okay, there we go.
Introducing our new, glorious, breathtaking bucket plushie. Limited quantity. Available now. Along with some Punic choice.
Okay, enough. I don't care. You need to know Season 1 to understand. Season 1 of the Punic Wars goes hard. I like that.
Oh, Marcellus, you sure have a lot of dignitas. Kiss me. Okay.
Hey, Dad. Hi, son. Just reading the newspaper. What can I do for you?
Ate it.
You know how you always say Rome is the greatest civilization in the world? It bloody well is. Well, I was just wondering, what makes us so great? How did we come to be?
Wow, my son. Boy, let me take you on a journey.
To this side of the room.
The story of Rome begins with these beautiful baby boys
Romulus
Going
and
to town
Remus.
some she-wolf mommy milkers. That's gross.
Oh, God.
You're gross. Sorry, son. You're not gross.
Brother.
I love you.
I feel like that's just an average fucking VTuber take, that, right?
They're called Romulus and Remus, and when they grew up, in 753 BC, they founded Rome. But there was just one problem. They couldn't agree on which of them should be the king. But they worked it out peacefully, right?
Oh, heavens no.
It's
Romulus
Rome, of
caved
course they
Remus's
didn't.
skull in with a shovel. Here's a picture. Our first king committed fratricide?
I know. Look at his face.
When's the part where we become the greatest civilization, Dad? Well, you see, at first Rome was full of men. I'm talking like a real sausage party. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So we invited some neighboring cities over for a big feast. And then we literally kidnapped all of their women. Here's a picture.
Good God.
Look at that one. She's like,
Fuck's sake.
This is messed up.
you're messed up.
Just Roman things.
Sorry. I'll be a better father. I promise. So then, finally, After centuries of monarchy, those tyrannical kings started getting a little too big for their britches. So we overthrew the kings and established Rome as a republic. Is that when all the killing stopped? Oh, heavens no. That's when the killing surged, baby.
I was about to say, that made it worse.
And conquered the Latin League, the Samnites, the Etruscans. Woo! What a rush. Dad, Rome seems pretty barbaric. You're barbaric! Oh, I forgot to tell you about the time a prophet told Saturn his son would one day overthrow him. So Saturn literally ate his own son seconds after he was born.
Oh, I've heard about that.
I don't want to see a picture. Here's a picture. Dad! Look at that! That's messed up, man. Are we really this uncivilized? Hey! If we were so uncivilized, would we use communal toilets where we all fart and poo together in one big stinky, steamy, dirty toilet room? Yeah, Dad. We would. Clean your butt with a sponge, Timulus. But all these guys just used it. What's wrong with your son, bro? I don't want to be Roman. This is so weird. You're weird! Sorry, you're not weird. I'm sure you're probably fine.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm not gonna lie. If that happened to me, I'd make me crash out and want to start a Punic War as well. I'm just saying, valid crash out.
The Roman Republic, a nation that, since its foundation, had been stabbing necks all the way down the Italian peninsula. But this isn't the famous Roman Empire that ruled the known world. Not yet, anyway. This is a relatively juvenile Rome, still just a regional power. In 264 BC, the big daddy of the Western Mediterranean
Carthage?
was Carthage.
Yeah.
Let's rewind a bit. Carthage was founded in 814 BC, when some Phoenicians in Tyre had a mega surplus of goods and decided to export those goods across the Mediterranean. They became the dominant trading power in the region, and to support their growing trade network, the Phoenicians established a number of colonies, one of which was Carthage. Therefore, Carthage began its life as a Phoenician trade colony, and the Carthaginians were actually Phoenicians. Or, if you're a Latin-speaking Roman, they were Punic. Hence the name of the video.
I've seen some like old Phoenician stuff in Cyprus whenever I've been there, right? Because there's still some stuff like left over. But yeah, no, I've not seen it before when it was. I never made the click between like Punic and Phoenicians, and then Carthage. I knew Carthage and Rome always had beef. I just didn't like put them all together, if that makes sense.
The centuries, Carthage gradually expanded and became the region's base of power. Just like Rome, Carthage was a semi-democratic republic with its own senate and judiciary. But there were also some pretty hefty differences between the two. While Rome was big into farming and stabbing people in the neck, the Carthaginians, on the other hand, just like their Phoenician forefathers, had built their power through trade and navigating the waves. They went here and there, selling ivory tusks, gold, and slaves. And as a result, they were rolling in it. Whenever they weren't busy swimming around in their copious hoards of money, in their spare time, they also possibly enjoyed sacrificing their children to Baal, the god of... Let me just check my notes. Ah, yes. Plant fertility. Oh boy, these figs aren't looking too hot. Maybe if I throw my son into a burning pit of fire, they'll grow. Have you tried watering them, Dad? No, we'll try that second.
I mean, to be fair, you throw your son into a burning pit, it's not going to make the figs grow any less, is it? Like, it's just doing science. It's just science things.
As a result of all their trading, Carthage had emerged as one of the Mediterranean's superpowers. But wait, they said. Rome? What the heck is that? Well, I know it's a pretty obscure little country that you've probably never heard of, but this spunky young nation was about to upset the entire region's balance of power. Initially, the two sides enjoyed relatively friendly relations, and it even signed
a Greek smell.
But it was a relationship that was practically destined to turn sour. See, Rome had a thing where they liked to aggressively expand their boundaries, often viewing such expansion as a defensive act. Kinda like when you kill your neighbor, because you knew eventually they would have tried to kill you first. Meanwhile, Carthage was extremely protective of its wealthy trade network. So if you put a very strategically important island between them, well, 2 + 2 = war. Tensions rose, and the two sides began viewing each other with increasing disdain. The hard-working Romans looked across the water at the money-hungry Carthaginians and said, "Look at those dishonest crooks. Bet they've never done an honest day's work in their lives." And the Carthaginians looked back and said, "Look at those simple-minded brutes. Bet they've never sacrificed a baby in their lives." Yeah! While war between the two superpowers seemed inevitable, the event that finally triggered it was a little unexpected. The whole thing began with a few simple mad lads on a wild night out. These mad lads
Yeah, yeah, guys, have you ever been so drunk you started the First Punic War?
are called the Mamertines. They were Italian mercenaries employed by the tyrant of Syracuse, here. But when he died, his successor said, "Sorry, fellas, we don't need any big burly men with sharp sticks anymore. You can all go home." The Mamertines, as it turned out, didn't want to go home. So instead, they went to the nearby town of Messana and said, "Hey man, we are but poor little buff boys without a home. May we come in?" Aw, poor fellas. Sure thing. Just so long as you promise not to massacre all of us. We promise. The Mamertines then massacred all of them. Well, not all of them, just the men. And they stole their homes and families. Ha! This is my house now. This is my best dad ever mug now. And you guys are my new family. Son, wanna go play catch with your
Fucking stop playing
You're not
Among
my
Us.
real dad. Ugh. Teenagers.
Brilliant.
Am I right, dear? You're not my real husband. Ugh, I'm so trapped in this marriage. Then get out. No,
Oh,
Messana was now
fantastic.
controlled by the Mamertines, and they began raiding up and down the Syracuse coastline. When the new ruler of Syracuse saw this, he wasn't happy. The Syracusans began fighting back, and in response, the Mamertines said, "Oh crap, they're fighting back? What do we do? Quick, we'll convince the Carthaginians to come and save us." Oh no! We're in trouble, and we need a big, strong empire to come and rub our bellies. Why are you saying it like that? If I was a big, strong empire, I think I'd like to be seduced. See? It's working! The Carthaginians had long dreamed
Just
of
thirst trapping a whole ass empire. I love it. Strong, strong move.
controlling all of Sicily. They had been fighting Syracuse and their Greek influence on the island for centuries. And now, here was a great opportunity to get one over on them. So Carthage promptly answered the Mamertines' cry for help and sent a force to garrison Messana. As it turned out, however, some within the ranks of the Mamertines weren't too happy with the occupying Carthaginians, and they sent out a second cry for help to Rome. When it reached the Roman Senate, they were a little more hesitant. Going to help the Mamertines ran the risk of triggering an all-out war with Carthage, and they had only just finished conquering the Italian peninsula, so they were kind of tired. Plus, the Mamertines were all the way across the water. They had never made a leap like that before, so you would assume that to avoid any conflict with Carthage, the exhausted Romans would probably sit this one out.
I was gonna say, I swear to God, I've read multiple times that obviously the Roman army was one of the best on the land, but they just sucked so bad on the water. Like, the Roman navy was, like, widely considered to just be a joke, right?
But you would assume wrong. Rome just couldn't resist a good chance for war. Why? Well, there's something you gotta understand about Rome. See, as a republic, they were hell-bent on preventing any one man from ever gaining too much power.
Quite correct. Yeah, I thought that was the case. Like, they were just never seen as, like, they eventually got better over time, but they were never, like, even like a mid-rated navy at any point.
And so rather than having one leader, Rome had two, called consuls, who shared power. These consuls could also only serve for 1 year at a time before new consuls were elected. These measures to limit the powers of the consuls were noble, but had an interesting side effect. The consuls knew they had just 1 year to try and gain as much glory and prestige as possible, something that was very important in Roman society. And the best way of gaining glory and prestige? Military victory, of course. The Roman political system basically ended up encouraging these consuls to go out and be as aggressive as your Italian grandmother when you don't eat all the spaghetti. And so the glory-seeking consuls convinced the people to vote in favor of going to Messana. And in they went. Upon the arrival of the Romans, the Carthaginians in the city, amongst the confusion, were forced to leave. Now, in contrast to Roman aggression, the Carthaginian military had a slightly different philosophy. All right, kids, listen up. If you want to grow up to be Carthaginian military leaders, there's a few things you have to understand. If you fail to succeed on the battlefield, that's a crucifixion. Showing cowardice, that's a crucifixion. Hello, sir. What are you doing here? Aren't you meant to be in Messana? Yeah, but the Romans showed up. So you just left? Sure did. Oh, you better believe that's a crucifixion. The Roman consuls were awarded for victory, and therefore tended to be aggressive go-getters. By contrast, the Carthaginian generals were brutally punished for failure, and so they tended to be more cautious and restrained. This dynamic is helpful for understanding some of the crazy things that happened during the Punic Wars. So, the Romans have crossed over to Messana, and now there was some red on the island. Hit that panic button. This turn of events was unacceptable to both Carthage and Syracuse, so the traditional enemies teamed up to kick the Romans off their island. They surrounded the city and said, "Hey, you jerks! This isn't your island! Come out of there at once!" "Okay, we're coming!" See, Phil, you just gotta speak with authority. That's what being an alpha male's all about. Hey, man. Oh, you brought your weapons and armor? No, I didn't mean...
It's not part of the deal.
Oh, crap. Out the Roman legions came to engage the Carthaginians in battle, and they sent them packing. With the Battle of Messana, whether intended or not, by going to help the Mamertines, the two sides had just slipped into an all-out war. With the initial Roman victory, towns across Sicily, including Syracuse, began switching allegiance. Because being a winner is more fun. But the Carthaginians weren't about
just casually swapping teams halfway through the match, yeah?
To just give up that easily. In 262 BC, they began building up their forces at Agrigentum. So the Romans, being aggressive go-getters, aggressively go-got them. The Romans immediately laid siege, hoping to starve out the Carthaginian garrison. However, because this was the first time Rome had been fighting outside the Italian peninsula, across the water, they
I was about to say, they just have zero
to
logistics.
supply their forces, and before long, the Romans were as
Yum,
starving.
it's nothing. Oh, fantastic. I love the little, like, text bits they put just, like, in the background. It's great.
As the Carthaginians they were besieging, they had to forage for food, leaving them open to ambush. And when Carthaginian reinforcements arrived, creating a double siege, things got really bad. Everybody starved each other for months until nobody could take it anymore, and they all finally came out for battle, which Rome won.
Oh, damn.
Here's the report from the recent siege at Agrigentum, sir.
We killed 30,000
That's
while only
nuts.
suffering 7,000 losses? That's amazing! We're the best! Yes, sir. Whoops, those are the wrong way around. What? We lost 30,000? We're the worst! But we won, right? Yes, sir. But we also got our asses kicked. Yes, sir. So are we the best or the worst?
Best at being the worst.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
The Romans won at Agrigentum because they were aggressive go-getters, and they now began eyeing up the possibility of conquering the entire island. But they also suffered very heavy losses, and it was clear they couldn't sustain a campaign if they couldn't supply their troops. Here's the issue. Sicily was an island. Islands are surrounded by water. A strong navy would be vital for supplying troops and winning the war. Here was Carthage's navy, and here was Rome's. I think you can see the problem.
Oh, brilliant.
Historians debate just how much naval experience Rome had at this point. Presumably, they must have had something to defend their
There's a fucking toilet paper tube as a fucking telescope. That's great.
shoreline. But whatever it was, it would have paled in comparison to the Carthaginian juggernaut. And so Rome had to figure out exactly what to do about all this water.
I mean, it would make sense, right, for Carthage to have, like, an insane navy, given the fact that, again, their whole thing was trade, right? You need to be able to cross the water to trade with your partners, your allies. So they'd probably have a lot more technological advancements in sailing in general, and then obviously converting that to military use would be pretty straightforward. So yeah, it would make sense. Whereas obviously, yeah, Rome primarily was land-based, weren't they?
Come on, men. We're not gonna let some pansy candy-ass water get in the way of our glorious victory against Carthage. Charge! Tell my kids I love them.
We're gonna need a bigger boat. What's a boat? I don't know. If the Romans wanted to win this war and obtain
What's a
Sicily,
boat?
there was only one thing for them to do.
A sailor, I've never heard of her.
I guess we're just gonna have to go ahead and build ourselves a war fleet, aren't we? From scratch? From scratch. Well, we don't even know how. Never mind how to fight with one. Don't worry, Hank. We're up to the challenge. Come on, guys. We're Romans.
Christ. Sorry.
And Romans aren't
Misclick.
afraid of anything.
Hey, look, a worm!
And so, the Romans worked long and hard trying to figure out how on earth you actually
Not the scuba horses. Scuba
build the latest
Steve,
style of
damn
warship.
you!
In the end, they had a bit of luck on their side. A Carthaginian quinquereme ended up accidentally grounding on Italian soil. The Romans found it and copied the design. While the
Fair.
new fleet was being built, the Romans trained rowers on land. And would you believe it? The Romans put together a full fighting fleet of 120 warships in just 2 months.
God damn.
A staggering feat.
That's
Now,
nuts.
I know what you're thinking, but oversimplified. If the Romans can build a war fleet from scratch in 2 months, then why does it take you half a year to make a video? Well, my valued subscriber, I think you should shut up. What the heck? How on
Brilliant.
earth did the Romans learn how to build a war fleet? This shouldn't be happening. From what I hear, they copied the design from us, sir. Well, how on earth did they get the blueprint, Carl? I don't know.
God damn it, Carl!
But tell you what, if you're worried about people stealing your data, no, and you
Oh,
want to
God,
protect
alright.
yourself from outside threats, don't you dare then you, my friend. If you mention NordVPN, I'll scream. Should use NordVPN. Do you like you don't? And that's why I secure desirable content, not available more. And if
There we go.
.com/oversimplified to get an exclusive.
I feel like I
deal
should
with a
probably
huge
actually sit
discount.
through these, because
That's
then at least he gets paid. But
/oversimplified. And as always, you'll be supporting my channel.
yeah,
So thank you.
I think on the
Now,
next
where
one,
were we?
on the next one, we'll sit through it.
Oh
But
yeah. The siege at Agrigentum, supply issues, and building a war fleet. So now the Romans have a navy, and it's time to put it to the test. But how does one wage ancient naval warfare? Easy. All of the ships had giant bronze rams on the front, so all you had to do was outmaneuver the enemy and give him the jimmies.
Give him
Easy
the
as
jimmies.
pie. And so the aggressive Romans set out for some good old-fashioned jimmy giving. The consul, Gnaeus Cornelius Scipio,
I believe that's the technical term, Jimmy giving.
set out for the town of Lipara, believing the garrison there wanted to join the Romans. As he entered the harbor, however, he found himself trapped by a Carthaginian fleet, and in the following skirmish, he was completely outmatched. The Romans may have had a brand new fleet, but when it came to engaging in actual combat, their inexperience showed. There was just something better about the Carthaginian ships. The Carthaginian rowers had nicer abs. The entire Carthaginian Empire had been built on expert seamanship. So, when it came to water, the Carthaginians were better, and the Romans were wetter. In their initial skirmish, the Romans were beaten so badly that the consul, Scipio, was given a nickname, Asina. And if you're wondering what that means, just drop the Ina.
Lol.
So what were the Romans to do? How could they possibly stand up to this Carthaginian superpower? Well,
Hot dang.
there's something you gotta understand about the Romans. Back when they found that Carthaginian ship and copied its design, that wasn't a one-off thing. Copying their enemies was as Roman as punishing murderers by sewing them into a leather pouch with a monkey, snake, and rooster, and then throwing them into a river.
What?
Which is a thing they did. Wait, what was I talking about?
What?
Oh yeah, copying their enemies. Many of the most famous Roman inventions were actually borrowed. Aqueducts, chariot racing, their gods. Even in warfare, the Romans would get pierced by a Sabine javelin, and they'd be like, wow. They'd get hacked to bits by an Iberian sword, and they'd be like, wow. And they'd copy the designs for themselves.
Wait, is that where like the gladius came from, and the fucking what's the Roman spear? Starts with a P. I can't remember. But yeah, that would make. But again, that makes sense, right? If the enemy has better shit than you, then use the better shit. Like, make your own stuff based off theirs. It's like a fairly tried and true method.
However, they wouldn't just copy it. They would advance it.
Yeah, there you
finding
go.
ways to adapt it as
Pilum. Pilum. That's the Roman spear thing.
perfectly as possible. And in the case of naval warfare, the Romans realized if they wanted to beat the Carthaginians at their own game, they would have to adapt. The Romans excelled at combat on land, not on water. But what if, they said,
Oh, is this? I know where this is going.
we could somehow turn a sea battle
Into a land battle,
a
yeah.
land battle.
Boarding.
Sounds crazy, right? Well, they made a couple of tweaks to their warship, and look, here they come again. They must love getting their asses kicked. Sir, what's that toll thing sticking out of their ships?
They really are idiots. Look at that thing. That'll make them blow over. I mean, look at...
Bob! Bob! Get your camera out! Take a picture of it!
I mean, how stupid can you be? Let's just add a big wooden tower to our ship that'll weigh us down and blow us over in the wind. I mean, what does that thing even do?
The Romans
sake.
had built a big swinging spiked gangway called the Corvus. So when the Carthaginian ships approached to ram them, the Romans would just slam them. The Carthaginians tried going around. No problem. The
Oh, it
Corvus
pivots.
could swivel.
Yeah.
Try going behind. The Romans would huddle to the coastline. It was foolproof.
Fair.
Those big, sexy Carthaginian rowing muscles could flex all they want, but they were no match for the Roman mind. So, ladies, you see, what really matters is what's on the inside.
Oh
Please go out
dear.
with me. And with that, the Romans, who had only just recently began dabbling in the art of naval combat, thanks to their ingenious Corvus, had just managed to outclass the Mediterranean seafaring superpower. The Carthaginians were stunned, and the general in charge of the defeated Carthaginian fleet, well, you better believe that's a crucifixion. With their newfound control of the seas, the Romans could now more easily blockade coastal cities and supply their legions on land. Surely, the Romans were now free to unleash their aggression all over the island. Haha! Hey Carthaginians, what are you gonna do now that we're free to rampage across the island? We're gonna go inside these walls and close this gate.
Oh, damn.
Come on, guys, stop messing around. Come out so we can kill you. No. Oh, come on. No.
Oh, no.
To counter the new Roman supremacy, the Carthaginians decided to engage in a defensive war of attrition,
Carthage
forcing
used
the Romans
hardened.
to engage in siege. After lengthy siege, the war in Sicily became a long, hard, back-and-forth slug. One by one, cities slowly fell as the Romans gained ground. Occasionally, the Carthaginians countered and even pushed them back, only for the
Oh, damn.
Romans to rebound again. And whenever a city did finally fall, the Romans could delight in slaughtering the entire population and selling any survivors into slavery, which was pretty standard procedure at the time.
Yeah.
In general, the campaign on land was progressing much slower than the Romans had hoped, and quite frankly, they were getting sick of it. So in 256 BC, they decided that something had to change. Hey everyone, my name's Marcus Attilius Regulus, and I'll be one of your consuls for this year. Look, as I'm sure you all know, Sicily's being a bit of a drag. Sure, I could go and spend my entire year as consul besieging one single city, but they'll never make a naked statue of me for that. So
Fair.
here's the new plan. I'm gonna skip Sicily entirely, take my army, and go right for the heart of Carthage itself. I'll slaughter the men, enslave all the women and children, and when I return, you'll all build 1,000 naked statues of me. Marcus, that women and children stuff, that seems pretty evil and barbaric. No, Jim, it's perfectly normal in the ancient world. Sometimes we even chop their pets in half.
Why?
Okay, guys,
That's
the Romans
weird.
are coming straight for us this time. And what will they do when they get here? They'll kill us all. They'll massacre each and every last one of us. They may even chop our pets in half. That's barbaric. No,
Right?
Romans. Actually pretty normal for the time.
It's
We'd do the same
weird.
to them. Who'll protect us? Funny you should ask, Mary. That's kind of why I called this meeting. Who will protect us? Protect our families, our homes, our children. You guys? Ha! Don't make me laugh. Why, you're just a bunch of stupid and weak farmers. Simple-minded buffoons. Cowards.
Okay, bro, you're
Fools.
You're laying on a bit
Rob
thick here, dude.
thinks enslaving women and children is barbaric. You're a snowflake, Rob. Yes, you are.
Not the wokeism.
The fact is, if the Romans manage to land on African soil, we're all gonna die. A terrifying, hideous, unspeakably painful death. Is that the end of that speech?
I was about to say, there's no but, is there?
Yes. The Carthaginians had to stop the Romans from ever landing in Africa because they believed that would be the end. So as the Romans were building an invasion fleet, the size of which the world had never seen before, the Carthaginians were preparing an even bigger one to stop them. And in 256 BC, as the Roman invasion fleet made its way south, the stage was set for a humongous battle that saw 680 warships,
Goddamn.
around 300,000 men, fighting to decide the course of the war. To this day, the Battle of Cape Egnomus remains possibly the largest naval battle
That's nuts.
in human history, all the way back in ancient times. So the next time your granddad tells you about the time he sank a Japanese aircraft
For
carrier,
fuck's sake.
kick him in the nuts. The Romans had a lot riding on this battle. They weren't just sending their warships, but transports as well, full of supplies and horses for their invasion of Africa. They therefore formed a protective wedge-like formation to punch through the long, thin Carthaginian line. The
I see the
Carthaginian
logic.
generals, however, desperate to prevent the Romans from reaching Africa, had a plan of their own. As the Roman fleet approached, the Carthaginian center feigned a
Yeah.
retreat, luring the Romans in so their outstretched flanks could envelop them and get around the Roman corvus. A clever plan. But with such a huge battle and so many ships crowded together, the Carthaginians struggled to maneuver as hoped. And in the chaos, 3 separate battles emerged across the huge battle space. With the number of ships limiting their ability to maneuver, the Carthaginians became sitting ducks, and all the Romans had to do was start swinging. The Roman center came out on top, and were then able to turn around and rescue their pinned down flanks.
Fair.
The Battle of Cape Egnomus was a Roman victory.
That's nuts, though, right? To think like this, the Romans, just as a land-faring people, managed to turn it around against what is essentially the naval superpower. 10,000 killed, though. Well, Jesus Christ, 40 odd there as well, 40 odd thousand. That's crazy. And yeah, to be fair, the Romans would have been able to start capturing ships as well, right? And they would have been able to use those to replace the stuff that they lost. That's actually, yeah, kind of nuts. Well, that's the first Punic War won. Honestly, it's really interesting, like, because I know more about, I'd say, late Republican Rome, early sort of Imperial Rome, but, like, I don't know too much. But seeing, like, early doors Roman stuff is really interesting. But yeah, we're going to jump straight into part 2, I guess.
After the gigantic battle at Cape Egnomus, the Romans were now free to land on African soil. And so, they did. The Carthaginians chose to focus on defending the city of Carthage itself. So the Romans immediately took the city of Aspis, and were then free to raid and plunder the countryside. They took over 20,000 slaves, and a ton of booty. But then, some orders arrived from the Senate. Send home the booty.
Oh, but I want to stay.
No, Steve, not you. They mean the treasure. Well, we are not watching any more of this film. So the other consul left with the booty, leaving Regulus and his forces on their own. And they began advancing towards Carthage. Along the way, according to the ancient writer Livy, they encountered a literal dragon. Now, Livy was a Roman historian, so his account may be slightly exaggerated. But this, I believe. As the Romans continued to
Fact
plunder,
confirmed.
the Carthaginian people flooded into the city. Now, not only was it in a major panic, but it was
Overpopulated.
so crowded,
Yeah.
the people began to starve. Don't panic, everyone! Look, I know you're all starving, but I still have food for me. So, you know, it's not all bad.
Whoa! You're wasting your tomatoes! And you idiots wonder why you're starving?
well, it's just more food for me. Things weren't looking good for Carthage.
Oh, brilliant.
They had to do something to stop the Romans rampaging throughout their land. So they decided, finally, it was time to put an end to it. They headed out and set up on rough, hilly terrain overlooking the Roman camp, and they prepared for battle. Now, while the Carthaginians were the traditional masters of the sea, on land, they weren't always the brightest. Case in point, setting up in this
Oopsie
position
poopsie.
overlooking the Roman camp was just about the stupidest thing they could have done. Why? Well, there's something you gotta understand about Carthage. The Carthaginian land forces actually suffered from a multitude of different issues.
It's pure attrition.
First of all, since the Carthaginians were rich, they could afford to pay a huge number of foreign mercenaries to fight for them. These mercenaries actually made up the vast majority of Carthage's forces, and therefore, Carthage's land armies were a melting pot of many different cultures. This, however, meant that if a battle wasn't going their way, there could be loyalty issues.
Oh yeah, you can't get paid if you get
I ain't getting paid
skewered.
enough for this. You Balearic slingers better not be thinking of running away. What did he say? I don't know, man. I don't speak Phoenician. Let's get out of here. Clearly, there were also language issues. The military generals tended to be Carthaginian, but they made a lot of strange decisions. For example, one of the most feared assets of the Carthaginian army were the war elephants. To a Roman soldier who had never even seen an elephant before, this was like fist fighting, a literal monster. Yet the Carthaginians continually kept placing the elephants in the rear, where they were no use. In a similar fashion, the neighboring region of Numidia provided Carthage with the most skilled cavalrymen in the world. But the Carthaginians often chose to fight on rough, uneven terrain, where horses and elephants were less effective.
Fantastic.
And so, in this case, when the Carthaginians again chose the rough terrain near the Roman camp, the Romans easily sent them packing. Wow, Regulus, we're mere miles from Carthage. You sure are amazing. Yes, Steve, I know. Steve, what's the matter? We've almost won. I just wish I could be as great as you, Regulus. Steve.
Frickin'
You're
Steve.
amazing. I mean, look at this thing. It's unbelievable. I know, but I mean like at war stuff. I'm such a noob. My tanks always get blown up. I can't even fly an aircraft straight. Tanks? Aircraft?
This is
What
gonna
are
be
you
a
talking
World of
about,
Warcraft.
Steve?
No,
I'm
World of War.
talking about
War Thunder.
free-to-play online multiplayer combat
Yeah,
game.
War Thunder.
And this video's sponsor, War Thunder.
I need
War
to get back
Thunder
into War
is the most
Thunder.
comprehensive vehicle combat game ever made. Don't just drive the tank, become one with the tank. You can play as more than 2,000 battleships, aircraft, tanks, and helicopters in dynamic player versus player combat. With amazing 4K graphics, each vehicle is incredibly detailed and modeled down to their individual components. And for history nerds like you and I, the vehicle collection in War Thunder spans over 100 years of military development, from the 1920s to the present day. I love the detailed damage mechanics in War Thunder. You ever think about how the exact angle a shell hits an armored vehicle affects the resulting damage? War Thunder has. Every bullet and shell is simulated with realistic destruction. That's the kind of thing that gets me up in the morning. And by using my link in the description below, new and existing users can get an exclusive oversimplified
I like
decal
that.
to make their T50 tank
I like that.
look extra spicy. Plus, you'll get a huge bonus pack, including premium vehicles and boosters. So play War Thunder now on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. And as always, by using my link, you'll be supporting my channel.
Sign up
So thank
today
you.
and get access to restricted
were we?
documentation by
Oh
Tuesday.
yeah. Invading Africa, getting some booty, and sending the Carthaginians packing. Everything was looking up for Regulus. A Roman victory seemed like it was only a matter of time. But then, Regulus realized something. He had been consul for almost a year, and his term was coming to an end. He knew that if his successor took over and he finished the job, then he would get the naked statues, not Regulus. And there was no way Regulus was going to allow that. So he jumped the gun. You there, Carthaginian boy, I want you to deliver a message to your elders. I, Marcus Attilius Regulus, demand the total and unconditional surrender of Carthage. Unconditional surrender? Jeez, at least lay siege and starve us all to death first. Just deliver the message, you punk! He demands your total surrender. What? Jeez, at least lay siege and starve us all to death first. Hey, that's what I said. Well, boys, this Roman thinks we're out. But we're not out, are we, boys? No! We'll do what we always do in times like this. Hire somebody else to solve our problems for us. Darren, bring in the Spartan. Regulus's overly harsh demands had the unintended effect of reinvigorating Carthaginian resolve. They brought in a mercenary from the famed land of Sparta named Xanthippus to help dig them out of this situation. And we all know what Spartans are like. Xanthippus showed up and immediately took charge. He had a look around and said, "You idiots! Put the elephants in front of the army
Right.
so they can smash into the Romans. And stop fighting on rough, uneven terrain. Find a big, flat field so your superior cavalry can do their job. And what's this I hear about you giving a speech telling everyone they're gonna die? Hey, I was just telling the people the truth. You're a politician. Lie to the people." And so Xanthippus led out the newly reformed Carthaginian army to meet Regulus in the Battle of the Bagridas River. The elephants, now in the front, smashed into the Roman lines, causing disarray. The cavalry, with total freedom of movement, outflanked the Roman infantry. Thanks to this impressive Spartan, the battle was a total Carthaginian victory. And Xanthippus, for his stunning victory, was forced to flee Carthage because the leadership got
Fuck's
jealous.
sake, man.
Regulus, the Roman consul, was captured during the battle. Legend has it, he was brought before the Carthaginian council, and they made a proposition. Well, Reggie, not looking so good anymore, is it? Looks like we beat you pretty bad, huh? Up yours, you Punic pansies! Now, Regulus, nobody likes a sore loser, do they? No. How about this?
No.
We're gonna send you back to Rome, and you convince the Roman Senate to surrender to us. If you fail, though, you gotta come back so we can torture you to death, okay? Okay. You promise? I promise. Hey, guys. Whoa, Regulus! We thought you got captured.
It's playing
But
Jenga.
they sent me back to convince you to surrender. Well, should we? Surrender?
No.
No! Never surrender! Give 'em hell, boys. They're at the end of their rope. Anyway, I gotta go be tortured to death now. What? Yep, part of a deal I made. It's a long story. Oh, hey, wait! Regulus!
Why not just stay
no,
here?
It's cool, guys. I promised. Regulus! This is ancient times. We massacre entire populations. We chop pets in half. You can break a promise. No, Tim!
Never!
You never break a promise. That's too far. So, Regulus went back to Carthage and was tortured to death.
Jesus
And for
Christ.
keeping his promise, he was immortalized as the leading symbol of Roman virtue. Meanwhile, after their defeat in Africa, the remaining Roman survivors, still in Africa, were still in Africa, and they needed to be rescued. So the Romans sent their fleet to pick him up and bring him home. They successfully fended off a Carthaginian fleet, grabbed the survivors, and made their way to Sicily. A great success. But then, things took a turn for the worse. Sir? That cloud looks kind of angry. Fear not, coward. If we Romans can build a war fleet from scratch and defeat the Carthaginian Empire at their own game, why, then even Mother Nature herself will crumble before us. I laugh in the
I don't
face
think that's
of
what's going to
Mother
happen,
Nature.
Big Chief.
Ha! See? Come on, guys. Laugh at Mother Nature with me. Ha ha! 284 ships.
Jesus.
Nearly 80% of the Roman fleet was destroyed.
That's
as many
wild.
as 100,000 men drowned in a terrifying act of nature. Never before had Rome lost so many men in a single incident. 100,000 casualties for any other nation would be crippling. Any other nation would hastily sue for peace. Any other nation would spend decades trying to recover. But
Yeah, that's
Rome
nuts.
was not just any other nation. Infamous for its unrelenting determination in the face of overwhelming odds, Rome said, Well, I guess we'll just have to build another fleet. And they did. In just 3 months, they built 220 more ships.
God damn.
An astonishing feat. The Romans sent out their brand spanking new war fleet. And they got caught
Fuck's sake.
in another storm. This time, a whole nother
Brother.
fleet was lost. And still, the Romans did not give up. The Carthaginians couldn't believe it. Their enemy had just lost hundreds of thousands of men, had 2 fleets almost entirely
Holiest
destroyed,
smokes.
and they still wouldn't surrender. As one Roman poet put it, the victor is not victorious if the vanquished does not consider himself so. In typical Roman fashion, after a short break, they were once again building another fleet.
I feel like at that point you
However,
just need to wait. That's got to be a seasonal thing, right? Like, you just wait until the next year, until the next season.
For now, after all the disasters at sea, the focus began shifting back to the land campaign in Sicily. The Carthaginians, overconfident from recent successes, attempted to retake Panormus, but the Romans countered the terrifying war elephants by throwing stuff at them and scaring them away. Having stopped the Carthaginian advance, the road was now open to the final Carthaginian stronghold on the island, Lilybaeum. Lilybaeum was an extremely well-fortified city. In 250 BC, the Romans laid siege. The Carthaginian defense, however, was fierce, and skilled blockade runners kept the city supplied. Progress was so slow that the siege would last another 9 years.
Good God.
To make matters worse, the Carthaginians later sent possibly the greatest military general of the time, a man named Hamilcar Barca, to the island. He engaged in a skillful campaign of guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines, and for the remainder of the war, he was a major thorn in the Roman side. For now, with the deadlocked siege at Lilybaeum and the new Roman fleet at sea, things seem to be at a standstill, and the Romans had to do something to break the deadlock. Thankfully, the Roman consul, Clodius Pulcher, had an idea. He tried to get things moving by attacking the Carthaginian fleet at Drepana. Now, before a battle, to predict if they would win, it was
augury.
common for the Romans to look for signs from the gods. This could mean observing the weather or inspecting some cow livers. You know, typical religion stuff. In this case, Pulcher reportedly tried to feed some sacred chickens, but unfortunately for him, they wouldn't eat a crumb. A very bad sign. Well,
Turn back,
he
go
said,
home, boys.
If they won't eat, then let them drink. Stupid chickens! We'll observe the weather instead.
Hey, welcome in, system. How's it going, mate? Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a minute, but we're currently reacting to Oversimplified for the Punic Wars. So yeah, this is good. I'm enjoying it. It's yeah, this is like early Rome days as well, so I'm learning a fair bit. But yeah, hope your Friday's going well, mate. Hope all is good on your end.
Gods, give me a sign. Ignore that. Okay, how about this? If I can get this
Recovering
piece of
like
paper
crazy.
into
Finally
that
took your
trash
first walk.
basket,
Nice,
we'll
nice. Good to hear, mate.
win. Okay.
Good to
If
hear.
I can stand here silently for 5 seconds and do nothing, we'll win. Pulcher chose to ignore the signs from the gods, and in the following battle, the superior Carthaginians tore them to shreds. It also didn't help that by now the Romans had removed the corvus to stabilize their ships, and without their secret weapon, it was a disaster, and Pulcher was disgraced. To make matters worse, the victorious Carthaginian fleet then went on to intercept a Roman supply fleet on its way to Lilybaeum. As they approached, however, they saw the signs of an incoming storm, so they took shelter. The Romans, on the other hand, said, "Onward, men! Set sail!
Of
We've
course.
got to deliver these supplies stat." But
Of course they did.
Those clouds. Don't you think we ought to have learned our lesson by now? Yes, Brian, we ought to have. But
We haven't.
we haven't. Another fleet and 50,000 men lost
Fuck.
in another storm.
Good God.
Disaster. Now,
That's like 250,000 men at this point. This is like ancient times as well. That is wild.
at this point, there still really isn't a clear winner. Sure, the Romans have captured.
There's a
most of
reason people believed in gods and nature back then. I know, but they just don't seem to fucking like actually heed any warnings or anything like that, right?
Sicily and cornered the Carthaginian land forces at Lilybaeum. But the continued disasters at sea were critically depleting their resources.
Also, I don't understand why they're I understand the concept that obviously, like, moving via sea is quicker than land, but why they didn't have a supply train across Sicily from and just like the little gap between mainland Italy and Sicily. I want to say, is it Palermo? No, it's not Palermo. Palermo's northwest, isn't it? But yeah, like, why they don't have that and then a land supply system where they can move regardless of the weather makes no sense to me.
And without a strong fleet, Rome could not win.
Yeah, because like even with the storms, right, you can make that crossing fairly quickly, and then it's just a case of moving supplies along the main roads here. Like I said, I get that it's quicker via sea, but if you're constantly having to battle with the weather, then it's not really a viable logistic strategy, is it?
Meanwhile, Hamilcar Barca was still knocking about and creating even more problems. So, where do we go from here? How does this war finally end? By now, the two sides had been fighting for 23 years.
Good lord.
They were exhausted. Their money, their resources, their strength were all utterly spent. The Carthaginians in particular were eager to see
Bank
the
of
war
Carthage.
end so they could get back to trading and making money. So after the latest Roman disaster at sea, they said, look, there ain't no way in heck the Romans can come back again. They can't possibly afford to build another fleet.
And then the
They're
Romans
done.
came back
That's
again.
it. Recall the navy, repurpose them as merchant ships, and let's get back to making some money. Assuming the Romans would soon make peace, an anti-war faction within the government recalled a large portion of the navy, leaving Hamilcar on his own. The victors appeared to be declaring themselves victorious. Meanwhile, the vanquished were getting ready for round 5. The Romans built another fleet, this time
Absolutely no quit. Just no quit whatsoever.
heavily relying on patriotic donations from the upper classes to afford it. And once again, they put to sea. Sir? The Romans have built another fleet. Oh, for goodness sake, Clarence, can't you see I'm busy rolling around in this pile of money? But sir, I don't care anymore, Clarence. I just don't care. The Carthaginian politicians made a fairly lackluster final effort with a poorly built fleet to supply their forces in Sicily. But when the brand new Roman fleet caught them at the Battle of the Aegates, even without their signature corvus, they dealt them the final blow. And that was that. 23 years of war. Neither side could afford to keep fighting, but the Romans showed that they intended to anyway. The Carthaginians had no choice but to throw in the towel. The war had been long and hard for both sides, but in the end, it was Roman determination that won the fight. The Romans had spent the entire war trying to find a way to deliver the knockout
Killed
blow.
it,
They learned how to build a
Carthaginians
fleet
win the
and
war.
engage in naval
Love it.
combat. They developed ingenious new ways of waging war. They attempted an invasion of the Carthaginian heartland, and whenever disasters struck them, they always came back, again and again. The Carthaginians, on the other hand, spent the entire war watching whatever Rome did, and then figuring out how to respond. They were
Not
much more
Steve.
passive. And so, it's no wonder then that when both sides were close to collapse, Rome was the one who figured out how to go that little bit further. In 241 BC, the Carthaginian politicians sent word to Hamilcar Barca that he was on his own and could choose to make peace with the Romans if he wished. Hamilcar was stunned. He felt betrayed by the politicians. Some sources say he refused to even negotiate. Nevertheless, terms had to be drawn up. Well, Hammy, I'm glad you Carthaginians have finally come to your senses and recognized who the true winner is. How many fleets did you lose? Okay, here are our terms. You leave Sicily to us and return all of our prisoners. You're not allowed to make war against Syracuse or her allies, and you have to pay us 2,200 talents of silver over the next 20 years.
Jeez.
What's a talent of silver? Well, to put it in perspective, in the year 2022, that'll be worth around, let's say, $40 million US.
Good God.
Caramba! That will cripple us.
Wow, we got a real smart guy over here. Yeah, that's kind of the point, you dingus. Ugh, I guess I have no choice. I accept. Great. Oh, by the way, we changed our minds. You actually have to pay us 3,200 talents of silver over
Fuck.
10 years. Thanks for accepting.
Dude!
See you later.
Hey, you didn't let me say uncool! He didn't let me stay on cool.
The treaty was extremely punishing, and by switching up the terms at the last minute, they enraged the Carthaginians. But still, one of the longest and deadliest wars at the time was finally over. The Romans had won. They achieved their aim of gaining Sicily, and even though it wasn't part of the peace deal, they took advantage of a weakened Carthage and grabbed Corsica and Sardinia as well. Roman expansion beyond the Italian peninsula had just begun. The Romans hoped that now the Carthaginians would forever be under their thumb. Unfortunately, the harsh terms they placed on the Carthaginians at the end of the war left a growing anger, one that would come back to haunt them. One day, Carthage will have its revenge. That's nice, dear. I'm serious, woman. Maybe not in my lifetime, but perhaps in his. My beautiful son. You are born into a momentous destiny. You shall be Rome's greatest enemy. You'll tear Rome limb from limb.
Foreshadowing.
You'll burn their pathetic city into the ground. You'll slaughter their people, men, women, and children. My child, you are vengeance. Stop telling our baby he's vengeance. But he is, Barbara. He's vengeance. That may be so someday, but for now, our son has a name, and you should call him that instead. His name is...
Cinema. Absolute cinema.
Don't forget to play War Thunder now by...
Well, there you go. That's the first Punic War. It's yup. Yeah, no, I like it. It's good. It's definitely really good. I love that he puts the information in a really like easy to digest way. He's really good at what he does. Yeah, it makes it humorous, but like also still informative. He's actually really good videos. Yeah, no, I'm thoroughly enjoying like watching along with these. These are good. Well, screw it. Let's go for the second Punic War then. Yeah, let's crack on. Well, in a minute. Yeah, he also focuses on important details. Yeah, exactly. Like he gives context as well.
By NordVPN.
It's not just outright facts he gives.
With 4 extra months. Also, check out
makes it easy to understand with context.
Pins, the last remaining bucket plushies, and even a calendar. And I'm not done yet. We've partnered with U2s to bring you an exclusive oversimplified Roman console figure. Get it while you can at oversimplified.u2s.com. But it's limited edition, so once it's gone, it's gone. So go and buy it now. Hey, what are you still doing here? I said go and buy it now! All right, our beloved mercenaries. Let's hear it. Okay, thank you one and all for your hard work fighting in the First Punic War. Would have been nice if you'd won, maybe tried a little harder, but this isn't the finger-pointing convention. I know you all have one thing on your minds. Hey, when are we all getting paid? Remember you lost your... Okay. Jim, why don't you tell them? I'm not telling them, you tell them. Ugh. Look, you're not getting paid. What? We lost the First Punic War and owe the Romans a ton of reparations. Of course we can't pay you in full. Let's burn this place to the ground! Hey! Don't burn this place to the ground. Come on, fellas. Will killing us really make you feel better about your money?
Yes.
Way to go, sir. Shut up, Jim. You're fired.
Damn it, Jim.
It's 2 of us. Huh?
Oh, damn, they got production value for this one.
Of the First Punic War, Carthage's disgruntled mercenaries, left unpaid for all their hard work, revolted, and Carthage found itself caught up in an extremely destructive mercenary war. The panicked Carthaginians hired more mercenaries to fight the mercenaries they couldn't afford to pay, and Carthage came dangerously close to collapse. All the while, across the water, there was Rome. Ha! Look at those morons. We just kicked their ass in the First Punic War, and now their own mercenaries are revolting. Haha. Yeah. Wait, First Punic War? You mean there's going to be a second one? Well, we're definitely taking advantage of this situation. So almost certainly yes. The Romans did in fact take advantage of the situation. Amongst the chaos, rebels on the Carthaginian island of Sardinia sent out a cry for help to Rome. Hot diggity dog, said the Romans. That's free real estate. And so in they went.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's our island. Get the hell off.
Hey, they requested our help. We're simply helping. Oh, no, you don't. Look, we're sending our own army to deal with the rebels, okay? But just to be clear, we're not trying to start a fight with you, so, you know, don't declare war on us or anything. War!
We surrender.
Great. And as part of the peace treaty, we get to keep these islands. The Carthaginians were
Bamboozled.
hopping mad. As if their humiliating loss in the First Punic War wasn't bad enough, the Romans now took advantage of their mercenary problem and stole their islands. This shocking land grab was pretty hard to justify, even by Roman standards. Additionally, the Romans now demanded Carthage pay them even more money on
Good
top
God.
of what was already owed. If Rome was trying to make Carthage as mad as possible, they were doing a fantastic job. The seeds of a second Punic War were being sown, and they were being watered with Carthaginian tears. Resentment in Carthage only continued to grow. Eventually, Carthage solved their mercenary problem thanks to Carthaginian military genius and hero of the First Punic War, Hamilcar Barca. He sorted those naughty mercenaries out with some good old-fashioned atrocities, and the destructive mercenary war was over. Still, all was not well in Carthage. Mere decades ago, they were the top dogs in the Western Mediterranean. Now, after the crushing defeat in the First Punic War and a huge bill to pay the
What's
Romans,
that say? Not even a great starting point. No money, mo problems. Does anyone know a good finance podcast? Just stop being poor. Like FTX, but worse. Oh, dear.
Carthage was well and truly under Rome's thumb. What on earth were they supposed to do? If they wanted any chance at regaining their former strength, there was one thing they needed now, more than anything. Money. But as long as they owed Rome a bazillion
Current
dollars,
ideas to fix the
there was
economy,
nothing
none.
they could do. Fortunately for them, amongst their ranks, there was one big hunk of a man with one big clump of a brain. Me! Hamilcar Barca! Yes! Wait, why do you all have the exact same voice?
Ah, I have it too.
That's right. Hero of the First Punic War, greatest general alive, and the poster above my bed.
Fantastic.
Hamilcar Barca had an idea. All right, we need money.
Hey, welcome back,
I've
medic.
got one word for you. Spain. An area filled with lucrative silver mines, from which the silver would flow like a river, and our pockets would be stuffed. Like
Loki,
Tony's
no.
mother at a buffet.
Loki did not expect to return. I said we were coming back to it last week, mate. We were definitely going to be coming back to it.
Hey, so here's my proposal. You send me with an army to Spain. I'll expand our territory, get those silver mines up and running, and we'll be able to pay the Romans back in no time. Okay, but just to check, you're not secretly raising the money to go on a bloodthirsty revenge spree against Rome, are you? Because we can't afford that. Hanno, my dear, I'm simply going to pay them back.
Damn, bro's not letting it
That
go.
was reassuring. Few in Carthage were as bitter about their
that
loss
was
in the
foreboding.
First Punic War as Hamilcar Barca. 98% of his brain matter had been reallocated to thoughts of revenge. He was also fed up with the Carthaginian politicians for what he deemed a cowardly betrayal when they surrendered at the end of the last war. And so for Hamilcar, going to Spain meant being able to act independently from the weak Carthaginian government, building his own strength, and then perhaps somewhere down the line, revenge. However, he wasn't going to Spain by himself. Hannibal? Yes, father? Would you like to come with me to build an empire in Spain? Oh boy, would I! Barbara, mind if I take our 9-year-old son with me? I want to implant an intense hatred of Rome in him and prepare him for a glorious campaign of vengeance. Just try not to traumatize him, dear. No promises. The young boy Hannibal would accompany his father. Watching, learning. Boy
What's that?
would accompany his father. Watching,
Things I like about Dad. His beer, his eye scar, the way he smells of Roman blood.
learning. Boy, you see that city over there? Yes, father? That is Rome. Do you know what we do to Romans? No, Father. We hate them, Hannibal. We hate them with every fiber of our being. But why, Father? Can't I just play with my Digimons? No, son. They took everything from us. Our land, our wealth, our pride. Those animals. I'll tear them limb from limb. I'll burn their pathetic city to the ground. Dad? I'm sorry, son.
I'm so
never been
proud.
so proud. Keep going. I'll slaughter their people. I'll cut off their faces and wear them as masks. I love you, son. After taking Hannibal to the Temple of Baal and having him swear an oath never to be a friend of Rome, off Dad and son went for their lovely beach holiday in Spain. But Spain was already inhabited by many tribespeople, and when Hamilcar's son...
I don't know, we had Celts in Spain. Weird. Wait, this isn't the Moorish expansion, is it? That came later. Yeah, because I think that was Islamic. I don't know.
suddenly showed up in their territory, they were like, "Hey, who the hell are you? What are you doing here?" "I'm teaching my son how to become a warrior like me." "Aw, well that's sweet. Well then, little guy, let's see what you got." Good boy. As Hamilcar got to work fighting the tribes of Iberia and expanding Carthaginian influence, Hannibal became a child of war, even earning battle scars from a young age. And he grew to become a great military leader himself, making his father very proud. "I love you so much, son." "Dad, not in front of the enemy." "You killed that guy so well, son." The Barcas successfully consolidated Carthaginian power, got those silver mines up and running, and were sending buckets of cash back to a money-starved Carthage. And symbolizing Carthage's regrowing strength, a beautiful new city would eventually be founded in Spain. New
Technically
Carthage,
after Hamilton's
with
death.
a magnificent palace at its center. Carthage is back, baby! What in the name of Apollo is going on here? Ah, Romans! Flowing silver mines? Dancing elephants? What are you up to, Hamilcar? "I'm simply gathering the money to pay you back." Oh, okay then. Or are you rebuilding strength to go on a bloodthirsty revenge spree?" "Like I said, Claudius, I'm simply trying to pay you back." Aw, you guys are hugging. No, we're not. I was hugging. Hamilcar had practically carved out a kingdom for himself in Spain, free from the meddling Carthaginian politicians. His power was becoming immense. But Dad, yes, my son? I'm confused. Are we really simply paying the Romans back? We're not going to go on a bloodthirsty revenge spree?
We're going on
Of course
we're going on the spree.
I'm just saying that to get the Romans off our backs. Listen, here's the most important life lesson I have for you. Vengeance is everything. An all-encompassing thirst for vengeance is great for your mental health. Are you still confused? No, I get it now. But what if the Romans find out what we're up to? They won't find out. Why? Well, Hannibal, because I use NordVPN.
Fuck's sake.
I'm confused again. Do you like your computer being hacked?
Oh, fucking A.
And used to create a fake virtual you who drains your mom's bank account? Me neither. And that's why I use NordVPN. These days, hackers are only getting smarter, while you're only getting dumber. Whether it's convincing phishing attacks, fake Wi-Fi networks, or clicking your aunt's Facebook post that opens the door to a hacker party on your device, you need to protect yourself from online threats with NordVPN. NordVPN allows you to connect to secure servers that encrypt your data and keeps you safe by blocking malicious websites with
That's
their
like a
threat
minute
protection
still.
feature.
Damn,
With
man.
NordVPN, you can also connect to other territories and take advantage of better deals or content not available in your country. And if you don't like it, it comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So go to nordvpn.com/oversimplified to get an exclusive deal with a huge discount and 4 extra months. That's nordvpn.com/oversimplified. And as always, you'll be supporting my channel. So thank you. Now, where were we? Oh yeah.
Hannibal.
Carthaginian tears, a child of war, and the Carthaginian conquest of Spain. The Carthaginian recovery had been staggeringly quick, and Rome was seriously alarmed, but they were also preoccupied with ongoing wars elsewhere, including an expansionist war to the north, where they were enslaving thousands of northern Celts. So for now, to keep Carthage in check, the Romans insisted on a new treaty. See this river? The two sides agreed that everything above it was in Rome's sphere of influence, while beneath it was Carthage. Under no circumstances were the Carthaginians to expand north of that river. But for
Very
now,
illegal.
Hamilcar and son were living it up. Well, son, here's to many more years of successful campaigning in Spain. Now, if you'll excuse me, I just have to go fight those guys. See you later, son. I love you.
I have like 4 sets of pliers, forceps, and an obscene amount of tiny screwdrivers on my desk right now. Oh yeah, what is it what is it you're fucking fixing again? It's a typewriter, isn't it?
What the? Oh, crap. I drowned? Oh, well.
Bruh!
Always remember, son.
Bro didn't have the swimming DLC unlocked.
You are vengeance. Also, delete my browsing history. Hamilcar Barca was tragically ambushed at a river and drowned. His son-in-law, and
Feed rollers on my typewriter. Oh, okay, fair one.
possibly also his lover, no further questions, took charge for a while. But he too was later assassinated, leaving finally a 26-year-old Hannibal in charge of the Carthaginian armies in Spain. Sources say the men readily accepted him as their leader. He chose to suffer the same hardships as his men. He lived in the same conditions, was often the first into battle and the last one out. And it also helped that he looked a lot like his dad. He had the total respect of his men. If he said jump, they said how high. If he said tuck me in, they said how tight. If he said talk to a girl without peeing your pants,
Nope.
they said that's impossible.
Yeah.
Nobody can do that.
I was gonna say, girls are scary. I can't do that.
An army that would follow him anywhere would be crucial for exacting his vengeance against Rome. Hannibal's army had become a strong and loyal fighting force, and that was making a certain nation very uncomfortable. Seeing Carthage re-strengthen so quickly was not something Rome had expected, yet here they were, paying off their debts and expanding their territory. It didn't feel very much like Carthage was under Rome's thumb at all, and Rome wanted to put an end to it. Tensions were strung tighter than your liar's G-string, and all it would take was one incident to trigger all-out war.
Again.
And in 219 BC, a city in Spain would find itself at the very center of that fateful incident, Saguntum. Remember that treaty declaring everything south of this river to be Carthage's sphere of influence? Well, Saguntum should therefore obviously be Carthaginian, right?
Let me guess, it was
Saguntum
Roman.
had actually scored itself an informal alliance with Rome, after Rome had helped it with an internal dispute. With Carthaginian encroachment, Saguntum began to fear for its independence, and Rome declared itself Saguntum's protector. But this clearly went against the Ebro River Treaty. So what on earth was Rome doing? Were the Saguntines and the Romans truly just BFFs? It's possible. Or was Rome deliberately trying to interfere with Hannibal's Spanish expansion and maintain a staging post for a future war with Carthage? More likely. And Hannibal certainly viewed this Rome-Saguntum alliance as an outrage. Yet another example of Roman arrogance. At first, he left Saguntum alone. But having learnt from his father to hate all things Roman and having inherited his father's dream of bringing Rome to its knees more and more, Hannibal may have begun to see Saguntum as an opportunity. Could this controversial alliance be just what devilish little Hannibal needed to kickstart a second war with Rome
Another Grinch face.
and restore Carthaginian dominance? It's even possible that Rome were also using Saguntum to goad Hannibal into a fight, so they could go and kick him out of Spain. And as the two giants began gearing up for round two, the poor people of Saguntum had no idea that they were about to be crushed in the collision. Hey, your alliance with Saguntum is an insult and we won't stand for it. They're our friends, Hannibal, and if you lay a finger on them, it'll be an act of war. Yeah, Hannibal, back the hell off. War, eh? I was thinking I might just besiege their city and massacre their people. I hope you do, Hannibal. Find out what happens. Yeah, we hope you do, Hannibal. Wait, what? Maybe I will. Go ahead. Kill them all. Okay then. Fine. Okay, guess I'll do just that. Consul, we look forward to it. Consul, you're gonna protect us though, right, Consul? Consul! Oh no! To top it all off, when the Saguntine people made the genius decision of raiding into Carthaginian territory.
Ah, well, that was just silly.
Enough. In an action that was guaranteed to provoke the Romans into war, Hannibal besieged the city. The siege of Saguntum lasted 8 cruel months before Hannibal broke through the city defenses and turned Saguntum into a killing field. It was a massacre. What the hell? Tell me I didn't just catch you massacring our friends, the Saguntines. Well, Consul?
Saguntines nuts!
Perhaps you should suck on these nuts.
Yay!
Hearing word of the attack on Saguntum,
brilliant.
Rome was understandably in an uproar, and all eyes were now fixated on what would happen next, as Rome sent a delegation to Carthage, led by one of the most highly esteemed Roman senators, Fabius Maximus. He demanded an answer for Hannibal's sins. All right, listen up, scum. You've got a rogue general in Spain attacking a Roman ally. What are we supposed to do about it? Well, there shouldn't have even been a Roman ally in Spain. You're the aggressor here. Hand Hannibal over to us as a criminal so we can punish him severely. No, yes, no, no. Look, I hold in the folds of my toga both peace and war. Which one should I let drop? Whichever one you want. Then I choose.
Not the flash of war.
Punic War had begun. Pack it up, boys. We've got him. We already destroyed these clowns once, and we were the underdogs. Now we're the overdogs? Hot dogs. Exactly.
Hot dogs.
This is gonna be easy. Here's the plan.
GG,
Consul
bro.
Longus, you take your army and sail straight for Carthage. Burn that city to the ground. And Consul Scipio, you just head on over to Iberia and make sure this Hannibal guy doesn't do anything crazy. I mean, what's he gonna do? Cross the Alps? We're going to what? Cross the Alps. We're going to what? I just told you, Hannibal will freeze to death. Trust me, Jerome. The Romans are expecting us to fight the same way we did last time, passively, taking no initiative. They think it's gonna be easy. So this time, we have to be aggressive. We have to go on the attack. It sickens me to say this, but this time, we have to be a little more Roman. You mean we're gonna take poops and baths together? But I'm insecure about my hairy legs. No, I'm saying this time, we're gonna take the fight to them. Think about it. Rome thinks they're simply going to invade us and win the war. So when they suddenly find themselves being invaded from the north, they'll freak out. Like Tony's mother, when the buffet runs out of shrimp. Hey! I got to admit, it's actually kind of genius. And my hairy legs will insulate me from the cold. That's the spirit. Hannibal, you have my sword, and my spear, and my legs. Ugh.
Damn, bro.
Hannibal's plan, a daring alpine trek to surprise the Romans, was a bold but risky strategy. If it paid off, he could catch the Romans with their pants down, but he could also end up losing a ton of men and supplies in the hostile mountain conditions. Nevertheless, in 218 BC, with a fire in his eyes and some vengeance in his belly, Hannibal brought his force of almost 100,000 men across the Ebro River. They spent months on the road, trekking through the cold, hostile mountain conditions. And when they finally reached the other side, they said, "Hooray! We did it! We crossed the Alps." No, those were the Pyrenees.
Yeah.
Those are the Alps. After crossing the Pyrenees, the army then had to pass through southern Gaul, a vast territory filled with tribespeople, many of whom were hostile to Hannibal's presence. His journey to the Alps was an ordeal in itself, as he was forced to fight his way through and incurred pretty hefty losses before even reaching the mountains. His plan was almost stopped in its tracks entirely, as the Roman consul Scipio, on his way to Iberia, discovered Hannibal was right on his doorstep. Suddenly, Hannibal's journey became a race as he rushed to get his massive army across the vast Rhone River before the Romans could intercept him. The crossing was chaotic, with the panicking elephants causing several men to drown. And the first combat of the war occurred when small scouting parties from each side encountered one another. When Scipio finally caught up to Hannibal's position, what he found was an empty Carthaginian camp. Hannibal
they'd already moved.
had slipped through his fingers. The Roman consul Scipio felt the weight of the situation. Quite unbelievably, Hannibal was going to cross the Alps into Italy, and the Romans had no idea where he would emerge. For the first time, a Carthaginian force had the Roman homeland under threat. Scipio sent his men onto Iberia as planned, but he himself rushed home to raise a new army so that if Hannibal survived the crossing, Scipio would be there, waiting. Would you look at that, boys? We're here, the Alps. Although it is a little later than I expected. Yeah, it's kind of chilly. We'll set up camp here and wait for...
Yeah, damn. Surely, like, if they only get there towards the start of winter, then they're kind of stuck there until spring, right? You don't really have much of a retreat option at that point.
Spring, right? It's way too cold, right? Hannibal? Hannibal's famous crossing of the Alps was brutal. It was already autumn, and the men suffered.
The fire's frozen.
It was cold. Men would fall off the sides of icy cliffs. They starved. They fell off the sides of icy cliffs. Some sources say they had to eat their pack animals and would finish off dying comrades in order to take their clothes for extra warmth. And then they would fall off the sides of icy cliffs. Imagine an army of 50,000 men with all of their horses, supplies.
Damn, he set off with 100,000 though. He's already lost half of his force.
And 37 elephants trying to navigate the most hostile mountain range in Europe. And it wasn't just nature that they were up against. Tribespeople lived in the mountains, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. A tribe approached Hannibal and said, "Hey man, geez, that's some nice armor. What is that, gold? Man, I'd really like that armor." "Hey boss, they've got food as well. Shut up, be cool. Hey, why don't you let us guide you through this narrow gorge? We're not gonna kill you or nothing. Just walk right on through there. We're not gonna kill you. It's just right this way."
Standard Bethesda NPC interaction.
We're not gonna kill you. Hannibal's army were forced to fight their way through the gorge as massive boulders rained down on them from above. Some clever reorganization of his line helped them survive, and they were able to fend off the opportunistic tribes. But losses from the constant attacks were heavy. As the journey continued, men who went over the sides would get stuck on the ice sheets below and had to make a grisly choice between starving to death or just getting it over with.
Oof.
When the deeply demoralized army reached the summit and rested for a couple days, Hannibal tried to lift their spirits with a rousing speech. "Look, men, down there, it's Rome. These plains stretching out in front of you are bountiful with food to eat and Romans to kill. Move, Bessie! Look, you have just climbed the walls of Rome. The hard part is over. From here on out, it's all downhill, and nobody else will die. Except for them. The rest of us here, no one dies. Starting now." Okay, let's go. Oh, for goodness sake! As it turned out, the descent was as deadly as the way up, with the cold really starting to set in. The path became even more narrow, and at one point, the men spent 3 days.
Road work ahead. Yeah, I sure hope it does. That's all I ever hear in my head now. It's like a sleeper agent thing. I see that sign, I'm like, yep, it has to be said.
In the freezing cold, repairing a collapsed road. When they finally reached the bottom, Hannibal said, "Look, guys, we did it." Well, I thought it went really well. When Hannibal left Spain, he had about 100,000 men. By the time he reached the Italian plains, his numbers had dwindled to about 26,000.
God damn.
He was now caught in enemy territory, without a supply line or source of reinforcements.
That is
And any
nuts.
elephants who had survived to this point were almost certainly traumatized. So what on earth was Hannibal up to? This supposed military genius had just led a starving and weakened army right into enemy territory. Any modern general who lost half their men to mountains would be immediately fired and possibly even depantsed on live TV. Here's the thing. While Hannibal may not have planned on losing quite so many men, he had almost certainly expected considerable losses, and he always had a plan for how to replace them. Need men? Northern Italy was full of men. Big, burly Celtic men.
Still a solid amount of soldiers given what they did. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, but 75% casualties just getting to the battle is wild. Like by like modern any modern methods. Because I mean, they lost half the men they set out with when they got to the Alps, right? And then yeah, another half of that when they were crossing them. It's nuts. This is a wild frame to freeze on as well, by the way. Can I just take a second to like point that out?
All the men Hannibal would ever need to beat off Rome. These Celts were filled with resentment, having only recently been conquered by Rome. Hannibal hoped to be seen as a liberator, convince the Celts to cut ties with Rome, and instead join him in crushing Rome.
To be fair, we did that a lot, like as Brits. That's one of the reasons we were so good at building an empire, was we used to get the locals to do our fighting for us.
That way, he could gain a source of reinforcements and supplies right in Rome's backyard. But sir,
I mean, it's crazy to send 100k people to cross the Alps in general. Yeah, so again, especially like back then, like this wasn't when we got like 7 or 8 billion people on the planet. This is you know, a couple of thousand years ago. This is not like the population was nowhere near as big then.
win the loyalty of the Celts, we would need to make a seriously favorable impression on them. How do we get them to like us? Kill them. One of Hannibal's first actions in Italy was to obliterate a nearby tribe who wouldn't join him. This sent a clear message to all the other tribes. It was his wrath they should fear, not Rome's. The realization that a Carthaginian army had just invaded them must have been shocking for the Romans. But when they looked at this ragtag group broken by the Alps, they couldn't have felt very intimidated. However, Hannibal was now in Italy, and he was about to embark on one of the most astonishing military campaigns in all of human history. The Romans may not have known it yet, but there was now a monster loose in their territory, and he was vying for Roman blood.
There you go, part 1 of the Second Punic War then. Yeah, it's... I cannot, like... I don't think I can... All I'm sat here thinking when I'm watching this is... Bro took the hardest possible route. Like, this area here isn't even Roman-controlled, right? Like, northwest Italy. They would have been seen, but it would have been quicker and probably a lot more effective to just... grab some boats and throw the army over the water. I don't know. Maybe I'm not thinking it through a lot, but it just seems like that would have been the better option. Anyway, on to the part 2.
This video was made possible by Incogni. Use code OVERSIMPLIFIED in the link below for an exclusive 60% off an annual Incogni plan. Also, make sure to grab our Roman Consul U2s before it's too late. Don't make me mention
all
it
the
a third
merch,
time, or I'll you know what. Hannibal's army had survived its famous crossing of the Alps, and he was now in Italy. With Hannibal's arrival, the Roman consul Scipio hit the ground running. In typical Roman fashion, he marched his army straight at the enemy, and Hannibal began preparing for his first combat with Rome on Italian soil. Before the battle, Hannibal wanted to
different sponsor spotted,
men, so
right?
he staged a gladiatorial
2 sponsors in this economy?
death match between captured Celt prisoners, with the winner getting prizes and freedom. He then explained
I love
that the
prizes and
whole
freedom.
thing was a metaphor. A metaphor? For what? You! These warriors are you! You're trapped in Italy with no escape. Your only choice now is to fight and win. What about the dead guy? That's you if you don't win. And the prizes? That's what you stand to gain by winning. And the fact that I've soiled myself in all this excitement? That... No, that's not part of the metaphor.
That's all you, bro.
Okay. Hannibal also smashed in the head of a
Crazy self-report. Crazy self-report.
goat. Again, for inspiration. Scipio, on the other hand, now arriving in the area, opted for the more classic route of a rousing pre-battle speech. Look at them, men. Weak, starved by the Alps, while we are the strongest military in the world. This will be easy, like 10,000 horse-sized ducks fighting a baby-sized baby.
A
It'll be
baby-sized...
like Mike Tyson in his
Come on,
prime,
man.
kicking a baby. A tug of war between 10 sumo wrestlers
And a baby.
Help me out here, Ralph. A baby, sir? Yes, yes, that's it. A baby. The point is, there is absolutely no possible way we could lose a battle this easy. So,
Anyway, after
if
losing the
everybody's
battle...
ready, on my mark. The Battle of Ticinus was over almost as soon as it had begun, as the Romans found themselves completely outmatched by Hannibal's famed lightning-fast Numidian cavalry, a key element in Hannibal's devastating double envelopment tactics. In the chaos, Scipio was wounded. Thankfully, according to some ancient writers, his handsome 17-year-old son, Scipio the Younger, saw his father fall.
Just
Scipio
sat there
the Younger
aura farming
supposedly
instead of
saved
being
his
in the
father,
battle.
and in the process, earned himself a lot of daddy's kisses. The Romans ended up fleeing the area, destroying the bridge behind them as they went. For a nation so overtly confident in victory, believing Hannibal to be an easy kill, the Romans found themselves running away with their tail between their legs. It was humiliating. And you know who thought so as well? The Celts. They began flocking to Hannibal's side, just as he'd hoped. Even Celtic troops fighting for Rome in the Roman camp began to reconsider. Man, I'm thinking we should try to join Hannibal. I hear you. Maybe we should bring him a gift. What do you think he'd like?
Bunch of dead Roman
I know.
soldiers.
Hey, Hannibal, we want to join your side, and we brought you a present. A gift? For me? I hope it's Roman heads. Oh, please be Roman heads.
How did you know?
Running away from Hannibal was humiliating enough, but having dozens of Romans beheaded in the night, now that's embarrassing. Ticinus had been a relatively small battle, but the psychological impact it had early on was huge, and it was only just a taste of what Hannibal was capable of. Despite the shocking initial loss, however, Rome still didn't seem to fully understand the danger posed by the monster now loose in their territory. The Senate was full of excuses. It's those traitorous Celts. That's why we lost. Yeah, and it was a cavalry battle. Wait until Hannibal faces our almighty legions. And our consul was bold. Once he faces our other fully follicled consul, then he'll really pee his pants. That other consul, Longus, had been in the south all this time, preparing to invade Africa. He had seen some success, even capturing Malta. But then he heard the news. Hannibal's in Italy? And I'm being ordered home?
But I was gonna be the big boy. I was gonna invade Carthage and win the war.
Well, you can be a big boy at home.
No!
Does somebody need a nap, sir?
No! No!
And so Longus brought his army on the long journey north. When he arrived in the area to decisively neutralize Hannibal, the two consuls joined their forces together, creating a double consular army. But the two consuls weren't exactly on the same page. Having a nice rest there, old man? I'm wounded, Longus. Pathetic. You don't understand. He's more dangerous than we thought. Maybe for you. Whoops. Listen, we can't just march straight at him like we normally do. We need to train our men through the winter, and we'll try again in spring. Sorry, I don't take advice from a bowling ball. Hey, I'll kick your ass, Longus. Any day now. I'm coming. Just you wait. Oh, Scipio,
Brilliant.
you feeble old man. Scipio was apparently quite cautious after his recent encounter with Hannibal, while Longus, typically Roman, couldn't wait to give Hannibal a swirly. So who would get their way? Well, when two consuls joined their forces, it turned out the Romans had an interesting system in place. They would each take turns being the one in charge. Consul 1 would lead one day, then Consul 2 the next. Back and
God.
forth, back and forth. As you can imagine,
That's never gonna
when the
go
two
well.
consuls didn't agree. Things didn't go so well. In this case, due to Scipio's injury, Longus probably assumed even more command than normal. Hannibal had Celtic spies in the Roman camp. He fully understood the Roman system and Longus's hot-headed nature, and he knew he could exploit it. For goodness sake! What's wrong, sir? I'm trying to order some pizza, but I keep getting fed all these personalized ads about being a hothead. I'm not a hothead, am I? No, sir. Look at this. Butt insurance? Who would buy butt insurance?
Hey, you gotta keep your button
That
short,
sounds
alright?
Really stupid.
Russian
It seems
leadership
like a lot of
moment.
data
Lol.
brokers have collected data on you. They could sell that data to Hannibal. What? But don't worry, because you can get rid of that
Sponsor
data
time.
with today's wonderful sponsor, Incogni. Hooray! I've been getting at you for some time to protect your personal data online. But you're a nimwit, aren't you? You didn't do it.
Jesus, a minute and a half of
Typical.
sponsor thing.
And now would you look at that? Tons of data brokers have collected a heck of a lot of your personal data and might sell it to third parties like advertisers or insurance companies without you even knowing. Ever wonder where Sally from the Butt Insurance Company got your name, number, address, social security number, and favorite color from? Probably a dirty data
Excuse
broker.
me.
We could painstakingly contact the hundreds of brokers that have our data and politely ask them to delete it. That process would only take the average human about 3,000 years. And that's why you need Incogni. I was shocked to find how many data brokers Incogni had tracked, potentially selling my data. But all I had to do was create an Incogni account, give them permission to work on my behalf, then sit back and let them do all the hard work for me. And since these data brokers don't stop there, Incogni will continuously work to keep my data safe with an annual plan. So if you want to protect your personal data too, go to incogni.com/oversimplified to get an exclusive 60% off an annual Incogni plan. That's incogni.com/oversimplified. And as always, you'll be supporting my channel. So thank you. Now, where were we?
Indeed.
Oh yeah. Roman heads, a double consular army, and a hothead. Hannibal needed to keep smashing the Romans in battle in order to maintain the loyalty of the Celts, and so he was eager to fight another battle. The combined Roman
You want
force
some, mate?
possibly outnumbered him, so he carefully crafted a clever trap, and he made sure to spring it while Longus was still in charge. The plan began with his army getting an early night's sleep. All right, boys, time for lights out. Sorry, but we got a big day ahead of us. Tomorrow, we're gonna massacre the Romans. Good night, boys. Dream of revenge. Gorzog, send out the cavalry. That night, Hannibal's Numidian cavalry made their way over to the Roman camp, arriving just before dawn. Hey, Romans! Wakey, wakey! What's going on? Hey, Longus, your butt smells like a butt. It does not! Scipio, awaken the troops. Longus, these playground insults are clearly meant to lure you out. Well, it's working. Send out the troops. Longus, it's clearly a trap. And I'm falling for it. Send out the troops. Hey, guys, wake up. You're heading out for battle. What? But we haven't had breakfast. We're skipping breakfast! I don't think you can do that. As the Romans hurried out of camp, the Numidians began luring them back to the Carthaginian camp, where these gentle angels were just awakening from their slumber. Eat up, boys. We're
I see.
having pancakes. While the Carthaginians were enjoying their hearty breakfast, the starving Romans were still on their way. Hurry up! We have to catch those Numidians. Hey, why have you stopped marching? Longus, there's a freezing river in front of us. Well, get your gluteus maximus in the water! All right, boys. Time to lather up. This oil will insulate you from the cold. It also
Fuck's
smells
sake.
like lavender. There's the Carthaginian camp. Get ready to fight, men. Sir, I think the water from the river is beginning to ice over. I can't move. Oh, I'm sorry. You thought war would be fun? Sitting around a nice hot campfire playing Truth or Dare with your friends? Welcome to the real world! Truth, who do you like? Sharon?
Hey, look, guys. The Romans are
Oh, fuck's sake. That's absolute memes.
Having perfectly
Oh,
orchestrated
brilliant.
events so that his enemy was cold, tired, and hungry, while his men were well rested and covered in oil. When the two sides engaged one another, the Romans were in no condition to fight. And the cherry on top, the previous night, Hannibal had sent out an elite force of men led by his brother to go and hide behind a bush. They suddenly sprung out, encircling the exhausted Romans, who were then cut to pieces. Once again, Hannibal's superior cavalry and double envelopment tactics had flummoxed the Romans. But the key word at Trebia was control. Hannibal used his intel on the enemy and the environment of the battlefield to carefully control the conditions of battle, creating lots of little advantages for himself that paved the way to success. And concealing troops for an ambush? All of these things are what make Hannibal the genius he's remembered as today.
I mean, fair play.
As for Longus, he managed to escape the battlefield with a small number of troops. Disgraced, he didn't want the Senate to find out what had happened, and he began obscuring communications back to Rome.
Always a good idea,
Longus,
right?
Where have you been? We've been looking for you. Nowhere in particular. Longus, 30,000 men are missing. Do you know where they are? They're taking a bath. 30,000 men? All in a bath? Yes. Longus,
Sounds like a party.
what's under that rug? Aurora Borealis? Aurora Borealis?
At this time of
Well, that's my
year,
consul's over.
in this
Good
region
luck
of the
with Hannibal.
world,
Bye.
located entirely
Had been a
under this
disaster
tarp.
For the Romans. And
Can I
as
see it?
even more Celts began flocking to Hannibal, Rome largely lost its control over Cisalpine Gaul. In Rome, complacency turned to alarm. Hannibal had outwitted them on their own soil and inflicted a costly defeat. But with that, Scipio and Longus's terms as consul were over. They were replaced with two new consuls, Servilius and Flaminius. The Romans may now have begun to realize the trouble they were in and the genius Hannibal had shown in invading Italy. The Romans had expected to be the ones controlling this war. Remember, they thought they were going to invade Carthage. Now their plans lay in ruins, and they were levying 11 new legions to deal with the threat. Hannibal had completely redefined the war. But Hannibal had a little problem of his own. Things had gone well so far, but the Celts were notoriously fickle, and Hannibal needed to ensure he maintained their alliance and his base of support in Italy. Any Celts he captured fighting for Rome, he treated extremely well and allowed them to return to their homes. But the longer he hung around in their territory, eating all their food and leaving beard trimmings in their sinks, the more resentful they may become. They wanted to go south and plunder some Roman booty, and Hannibal also hoped to sway Rome's other Italian allies in the south to his side. So from here, the path was clear. Hannibal had to move south. Just one problem. There were two main routes Hannibal could take to move south. And wouldn't you know it, that's exactly where the two new Roman consuls had taken fortified positions. If Hannibal tried to move on them, he'd be fighting from a disadvantaged position and could be bottled in. There is a third option. Ooh, tell me. We could move through this vast impassable marshland flooded with dirty, stinky, disease-infested water that at times would come up to our necks. But there's no way we would attempt that, right? That'd be crazy, right? Hannibal? Hannibal's 4-day trek across the Arno marshlands was hell on earth. Almost as crazy as when he crossed the Alps. Imagine 3 full days, unable to sit or lie down, because there's nowhere to sit or lie down. Meaning 4 full days without sleep, slugging through heavy mud. You contract cholera, your foot falls off, and Jim Bob directly in front of you won't stop pooping in your path. In fact, everybody's pooping in your path. Some delirious, sleepless men would see clumps of mud and say, man, I could just sink into that.
And they did.
And then they would. When pack animals died, it gave nearby men a chance to rest, but only for a few moments before they were whipped back into line. Even Hannibal himself couldn't escape the torture of it. Hey Hannibal, if we see a Starbucks, can we stop? I need to take a leak. What? Jeez, Hannibal. Looks like you picked up a nasty eye infection. Normally for this sort of thing, we just wash it out with some clean water. But as you can see, water everywhere, but it's full of Jim Bob's poop. No worries.
Damn it, Jim
I'll
Bob.
just take care of it myself.
Oh, God. Brother.
That'll be $3,000. Now possibly one-eyed Hannibal and his army emerged from the swamp. They were shattered, but he had just managed to slip 50,000 men right past the Romans into rich Etrurian lands, where he could replenish his supplies, and his Celt allies could go crazy, securing Roman loot and booty.
No,
As
Steve!
fields and villages went up in flames, one Roman consul couldn't help but notice. The hot-headed Flaminius, feeling it was his responsibility to protect these lands, rather than waiting for his co-consul to come join him, immediately left to go chase Hannibal. Now, this Flaminius was an interesting character. He was what the Romans called a new man. He came from the lower plebeian classes of Roman society, and as a result, he reportedly had kind of a screw-you attitude to the establishment, and a big old arrogant chip on his shoulder. Picture Sid Vicious wearing a toga. That's Flaminius. And Hannibal, thanks to his spies, knew everything.
Actually, I have to go to Harbor Freight. Harbor Freight? Why?
Just as with Longus, Hannibal knew Flaminius was just the kind of man he could lure into a trap. Hannibal led Flaminius to the entrance of a narrow pass along the north shore of Lake Trasimene. Flaminius watched as Hannibal's army entered the pass. I've done it. I've spotted the enemy. Sir? That big follow us sign seems kind of like they're trying to lure you in. Yes, Gareth, and I'm taking the bait. Sir, this really seems like a trap. Yes, Gareth, and I'm falling for it. Daylight was fading, so for now, the Romans set up camp. The two armies encamped across the lake from one another, and night fell over the two camps. In the morning, Flaminius would catch up to Hannibal, and he would be the hero of Rome. For now, the Romans got nice and comfy in their beds. Good night, Flaminius. Good night, Rome. Good evening, Hannibal.
Time for some
During the
shenanigans.
night, Hannibal ordered total stealth. As tens of thousands of troops scaled the wooded hills above the pass, completely undetected by Rome's scouts. Let's go, girls. Flaminius took off across the lake shore to try to catch
goddamn.
Hannibal. As he did,
That's
even
great.
the weather seemed to be on Hannibal's side. A thick fog rose from the surface of the lake, obscuring visibility. Look at this! This is perfect! The mist will obscure our approach. Hannibal will never see me coming. Sir? Why does it sound like 50,000 Carthaginians are charging down the hill towards us? You mean 50,000 Carthaginians are charging right into my trap! The Romans found themselves completely hemmed in on all sides. With zero visibility in the fog, the fighting was terrifying and chaotic. Troops were pushed into the lake in their heavy armor, where they were either cut down or drowned. And Flaminius, who likely stood out like a sore thumb in his consul attire, caught the attention of one Celt warrior, with his head possibly swirling with thoughts of how the Romans had decimated his homeland. According to the ancient writers, this Celt took his chance.
Damn.
In the 3-hour-long massacre, 15,000 Romans were killed.
Good
and
God.
an equal number captured. An entire army completely wiped out, along with their consul.
Just Rome
During
taking
the battle, the Roman
L's.
vanguard had managed
every
to break
time.
through at the front and climbed the hill above the fog. When the mist cleared, what they saw was a blood-red lake and a sea of Roman bodies. Worse yet, when the other consuls sent cavalry to try to aid Flaminius's doomed legions, they too were caught and defeated. A double disaster. Rome went into a frenzy. For the second time, Hannibal had completely decimated an entire Roman army. Romans were dying by the tens of thousands.
Not the
Common
emotes.
citizens began flocking
Bro's
to the city for
emoting.
safety. Women waited by the city gates in tears, hoping to hear news of loved ones. This one man, having just led his battered army across the Alps the previous year, now stood less than 100 miles from Rome. To this point, he had been a problem. Now, Hannibal was a crisis. And in a crisis, Rome took desperate measures. They actually had a system in place when dealing with an emergency of this magnitude. They would forgo their two-consul power-sharing system and instead temporarily give one man near
Emergency
total
powers.
power and authority to be as decisive as he needed and hopefully salvage the situation. This all-powerful position in Rome's government had a name: dictator. It's actually where we get the word. But unlike modern dictators,
Interesting.
Roman ones didn't score perfect rounds of golf or ride bears through the Siberian tundra. They held their power for just 6 months before they were required to give it up. And in Rome's hour of need, the man chosen to be dictator in
That's too early for
217
Caesar,
BC,
right?
one of the most highly esteemed members of the Roman Senate, Fabius Maximus.
Yeah, I thought it was too early
So
for
how would
Caesar.
Fabius, as dictator, confront Hannibal? Well, Fabius understood that marching all of Rome's young men straight into a one-man meat grinder was bleeding Rome dry. Hannibal was clearly too dangerous to face head-on in battle. However, he was also stuck in their territory, with dwindling manpower and forced to live off the land.
So move behind and cut him off.
It wasn't a sustainable position to be in long term, and he could only remain there for so long. So, if Rome avoided battle with Hannibal to prevent any more crippling losses, and instead simply maneuvered around him, blocking supplies and taking out smaller contingents where possible, Hannibal would gradually become weaker, while they would gradually become stronger. And so Fabius presented his new idea to the Roman Senate. Okay, guys, I have an idea. See if you can follow me here, okay? Instead of fighting Hannibal when he approaches,
We don't fight Hannibal.
we run away. Fabius's strategy couldn't have been any less Roman. Romans were meant to march headfirst into battle, not run away from it. It seemed cowardly, and Fabius was extremely unpopular. At this point, Hannibal was continuing south. He had to stay on the move to keep his army fed, and he was still aiming to undermine Rome's alliances in the south. As he went, in a calculated display of aggression, he devastated the Roman countryside and killed many Romans, all in plain sight of Fabius and his army. We're just gonna stand here? Yes. Are you a coward? No. But Fabius, that's my farm. Well, MacDonald,
It was.
thank you for your sacrifice.
It was
You're
his
a hero
farm.
now. Think of the stories you'll tell. Old MacDonald had a farm.
Oh, bro.
But you know who else hated Fabius's strategy?
Hannibal.
Hannibal. He understood the danger he was in. Turning Rome's allies against her required Hannibal to keep smashing the Romans in battle. He couldn't do that if Fabius wouldn't fight him. Multiple times, Hannibal tried to goad Fabius into a fight, but Fabius wouldn't bite. Failing that, he tried to turn Rome against Fabius. According to the writer Livy, he burned down all the farms he could, but any farm he learned was owned by Fabius himself. He left well alone.
Smart.
Hey, Fabius, why isn't he burning down your farm? You got some sort of a secret deal with him?
What? Of course not. Hey, Hannibal! What? Burn my farm too, please! What? Burn my farm too, please! No! Remember our secret deal!
Oh,
Well,
bro
you
is
gotta admit,
gaslight,
he's a genius.
gatekeeping, and
Hannibal's
girl
problem,
bossing his way
however,
through
was that
Rome.
He had to stay on the move to keep supplying his army from the local lands. At one point, he entered Campania, one of the richest regions of Italy. Great for resupplying, and great for showing up Fabius in front of Rome's South Italian allies. But he was caught in a valley, and Fabius quickly moved to block his escapes. Haha! We've got him! After he's used up all the valley's supplies, he'll starve. Sir? What are all those
Yeah,
lights
he's
leaving the
just
valley?
gonna
Is he
attempt to
trying
break out.
escape? Lights in plain view. Well, that's a trap if I've ever seen one.
And we're falling
Suspecting a trap, Fabius refused to budge. But other Romans in the valley rushed to confront Hannibal, only to find the Carthaginian army was actually just a herd of oxen with torches tied to their heads.
Kind of
They
Looney
then
Tunes
found
BS is
themselves
this?
caught in an ambush. With the Romans distracted, Hannibal's army was able to slip away into the night, unopposed. Classic Hannibal. For all his inaction, the dissatisfied Romans mockingly dubbed him Fabius the Delayer. But the thing is, Fabius's strategy was probably the best thing he could have done. He was right that constant encounters with Hannibal were bleeding Rome dry, and the time he took allowed Rome some breathing room to recover their forces when they desperately needed to, while putting Hannibal into an increasingly more difficult position. Modern historians view Fabius's strategy as generally a good idea.
Fair.
To this day, the act of not engaging an enemy, but instead gradually wearing them down, is still referred to as the Fabian strategy.
Oh, I've heard of that.
But when Fabius's term finally
I've genuinely heard of that. Till he literally just said that, I did not make the connection. Straight up, did not make the connection.
came to an end, the Senate couldn't have been happier. It was time to start fighting again. However, they probably had a little chat about how they were going to go about it. See, Hannibal's tactics up until now had been very sneaky. Or, if you're a Roman, you might say dishonorable. I'm sick of it. Every time we try to take this guy down, we march straight at him. But then, oh no, Hannibal's hiding in a bush. Hannibal's got 30,000 men up a tree. At this point, I'm not convinced my wife isn't just Hannibal wearing a disguise.
What?
Look, this time, we obviously have to switch something up. Now granted, we're Roman, so we're gonna march straight at him without thinking. That can't be helped. It's in our blood. But I have a proposition. This time, when we march straight at him, we do it with a massive army. I'm talking like 80,000 men. It won't matter what kind of shenanigans he pulls. He
Oh,
can hide in
dear.
all the bushes he wants.
Oh,
There's
no.
no way he can possibly beat off 80,000 men.
Hey, yo.
You know what I mean? And so it was.
Phrasing.
With 2 new consuls, Rome put together a massive army, the biggest Rome had ever fielded, to put Hannibal away once and for all. To gather the men required, 2/3 of them ended up being completely inexperienced. But how much experience does it take to be expendable war fodder?
Fair.
As this massive army set out in the summer of 216 BC, the Romans knew they needed to win this battle. Just one victory over Hannibal would likely be enough to end his entire campaign. And this time, their overwhelming manpower gave them confidence they could do it. Hannibal had taken position at the town of Cannae, where he had captured an important Roman supply depot. With Fabius gone, Hannibal knew a battle was likely coming, and he was eager to fight it on his terms. But when his men looked out at the Roman camp, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. That army's huge! There's no way we can possibly beat off all these men. How are we gonna beat off all of these men? You know what I mean? I think he's right, Hannibal. Hannibal is then said to have replied,
Why? Why can't we let people watch it? Damn it, Robbie.
Gisco, my friend, don't worry. There may be a lot of them, but amongst their ranks, there's not a single man named Gisco. This
Using that
joke
way more
was
often.
apparently so funny
Great.
that his officers began to laugh and laugh. And when his men in the camp heard the laughter, they were like, hey, they're laughing. I guess that means we're gonna win the battle. Yippee! As for the Romans, the consuls were another pairing between an inexperienced hothead and a wise scholar. Although the main historian from this era was good friends with Paulus's family, so take that with a grain of salt. On his day of command, the rash and hasty Varro, despite the apparent pleas from Paulus, sent the army out for battle. And
Oh,
when Hannibal saw
dear.
this, he did the same. And here comes the single largest battle of the Second Punic War, and one of the most renowned battles in history. the infamous Battle of Cannae. In all the pre-battle maneuvering, Hannibal was able to ensure his army was fighting from the south. This meant the seasonal dust-carrying winds were to his back and blowing directly into the faces of the Romans. Like I said, control. After 2 years in Italy, Hannibal's infantry had dwindled to about 40,000. The Romans possibly outnumbered him 2 to 1. Their army was so big that their maniples stretched far deeper than they normally would. The Romans planned to charge Hannibal's thin, weak line like a battering ram and break it. They also chose a narrow battlefield in the hopes it would prevent Hannibal's far superior cavalry from being able to outmaneuver them. They wanted an honorable battle where pure strength, rather than trickery, would decide the outcome. If Hannibal had his say, however, trickery might end up having a lot to do with it. He ordered his line to position themselves as an outward bulge, with his weakest troops at the very center. Just behind them, out of sight from the Romans, stood the elite Libyan infantry, waiting for their moment to strike. The battle commenced as the mass of Roman troops smashed into the Carthaginian center. The shape of Hannibal's line ensured the overwhelming weight of the Romans hit his weakest troops first.
So I'm assuming then the play is here to get them more tired out from fighting the weaker troops and then use the Libyan dudes to hit the Romans when they're tired and worn out. I'm guessing.
Were pushed back. Hannibal's outward bulge reversed inward.
Is fucking what now? Hello?
With the Romans being funneled in towards the weak center, Hannibal had positioned himself at the center to encourage the troops to hold out as long as possible against the Roman onslaught. Because while the Roman...
Guys, you ever won a war because your bulge was that fucking outward? Oh, dear.
Were unleashing carnage on the center, Hannibal's cavalry needed time to do their job. The heavy cavalry on the left, after a barbaric fight, sent the Roman horse packing, with the consul Paulus even sustaining a severe head injury. He managed to move into the center to keep the battle going. Then, the heavy cavalry turned and approached Varro's cavalry from behind. At the first sight of the coming Carthaginian envelopment, Varro ordered his horsemen to flee the battlefield. The Carthaginians had won the cavalry battle. But back in the center, according to some accounts, Hannibal's line did eventually end up caving to the massive weight of the Romans, and they began to flee. The Romans pushed deeper, and organization within the army likely broke down as they became a giant mass, trying to massacre the fleeing Carthaginians. They didn't realize that they were playing right into Hannibal's hands. At that moment, Hannibal's elite units, having done no fighting yet, and therefore fresh as a daisy, turned and smashed into the Roman sides. Many of these troops were wearing Roman helmets and armor they had picked up after previous battles, and the confused Romans may not have even realized they were the enemy.
And then he's still got the cavalry as well that can come back and close up the encirclement, right?
As Hannibal managed to regain the composure of his center and encourage them back into the fight, the Carthaginian cavalry swooped in from behind.
There you go.
And look at what lies before you. A military general's wet dream. The total encirclement of a much larger force by a much smaller force. The Romans were trapped. Hannibal had unbelievably managed to use their own superiority in numbers against them. Rather than simply encircling them, he had actually allowed them to use their own immense power and push themselves into an encircled position.
Bro's a smart cookie.
The genius of
He's a smart cookie.
And with that, the annihilation began. For hours, the Carthaginians slaughtered the helpless Romans from all sides. The terrified Romans were so tightly packed that at times they couldn't even lift their arms to defend themselves. The killing went on so long that the Carthaginians became exhausted from the non-stop massacre. And by the time the butchery came to an end, the grim toll spoke for itself. To Hannibal's several thousand loss, the Romans suffered 60 to 80,000 dead or captured. Yet another entire army
is insane.
wiped out by Hannibal. Many high-ranking Romans met their end at Cannae. Polis, for one, but also 80 senators. And
Good
more.
God.
It's been estimated that 20% of Rome's male population, aged 18 to 50, died at Cannae.
That is
This was
that
it.
is insane.
Hannibal's vengeance. The stunned Carthaginians, as they searched for their own survivors among the dead, couldn't believe the sight of it. An estimated 30,000 gallons of blood now lay spilled on the battlefield.
Good Lord.
Rome's defeat at Cannae sent shockwaves throughout Italy. Just as Hannibal had hoped, most of southern Italy now defected to his side, including the second largest city on the peninsula. Wow. Hannibal, this is incredible. What could possibly come next? Next?
Rome.
Jim Bob. I've killed 150,000 Romans. I've turned her allies against her. That's it. That's vengeance.
What, is he just gonna pack
let
his
me tell you
bags?
what comes next? Rome surrenders. Their territories are reduced. We recover our lost islands.
Fair.
Carthage dominates the Mediterranean once again. But sir, what if they don't surrender? Jim Bob, did you miss what just happened?
Yeah, damn it, Jim Bob.
Of course they're gonna surrender.
Keep up.
Throughout his campaign, Hannibal had shown himself to be very adept at reading the Roman mind. But if he now thought that Rome might surrender, it was the first time he severely underestimated them. And he was about to discover an extremely inconvenient fact about Rome. Rome
They just don't
never
quit.
surrenders.
Yeah.
At a Roman survivors' camp near Cannae, one young officer overheard some troops discussing how they would flee Rome. Drawing his sword, he threatened to cut down any man that would abandon Rome in its hour of need. That officer was Scipio the Younger. But soon enough, the Romans would come to call him Scipio Africanus, the hero of Rome.
Damn. Jesus, 50 minutes. 50 minutes for the final one. Certified lad. Damn. This is cool. This is interesting. How am I not? Hang on. How am I not subscribed to Oversimplified, please? I'll fix that right now.
This video was made possible by NordVPN. Click the link in the description to get an exclusive deal with 4 extra months. Head over to the merch store.
The best
to pick
part
up
is the
some
last
character
part.
pins,
Fair.
calendars,
Well,
and
we're starting
more.
it now, so.
Also, ever needed to enact vengeance on your enemies, but always.
Okay,
for
we-
our
we-
channel
we know you have
bite-sized
merch.
Piece of vengeance. Our
Hannibal, absolute certified menace, mate.
How do you solve a problem like Hannibal? In a crisis such as this, the Romans often turn to religion. What's going on? Are the gods mad at us? The gods must be mad at us! But why? Why? No, why? 2 of the Vestal virgins broke their sacred oath and lost their virginity. That's why Hannibal's kicking our ass. What should we do with them? Appease the gods! Bury them alive! Who did they
Of
even
course.
boink? It was those guys! Huh? What should we do with them? Beat them to death! Needless to say, the Romans were freaking out. Okay, now that that's out of our system, let's go find a real solution. The real
That got out of control
solution
fast.
involved raising a new army. Remember, at Cannae, Hannibal had wiped out the biggest army Rome had ever fielded. possibly 20% of Rome's military-aged men. Rome needed to replace those losses, and fast, before Hannibal arrived at their gates. But where would those replacements come from? Rome had a few ideas. Quick! Lower the age of conscription! You! Put down those Digimons! You're a soldier now! Enlist all these slaves with the promise of freedom! And equip them with all these religious weapons and armor! Anything we've got! All right, men, you are Rome's last line of defense.
Just got a fucking milk bottle down there as well. It is nuts when you think about it. 20% of your fighting age population is wild. This is in the day where obviously women were just not really doing much. So like, you still need people to be farmers and like builders and shit like that. Like 20%, 1 in 5 blokes, like being caught up in that is nuts. 20 to 40, yeah, it's like 20 to 50. I think it was 20 to 50. He said in the last video. Like that's absolutely insane, right? That's absolutely wild.
After the earth-shattering defeat at Cannae, the Romans expected Hannibal to arrive at their gates any day now. In Hannibal's camp, the mood was triumphant. We did it! We won! So when do we march on Rome? Today? I'm free in 10 minutes. Whoa, slow down. We're not going to Rome. We're staying right here. Are you an idiot, Hannibal? No, I'm smart. We don't need to march on Rome, because after what we did, the Romans are definitely going to surrender. Watch. Hey, Jim Bob. Yes, sir? Go to Rome and discuss peace terms. Yes, sir.
When does Quali start? TV still bugging? Doesn't it start? Look, normally it starts like on the hour, right? That's not how you spell qualifying. Qualifying start time UK. So sprint quali 1700? No, that's not right. Hello? None of this makes sense. None of that actually makes any kind of sense. I don't know, man. Google's your friend. It's not mine.
I'm here to discuss peace terms. Piss off!
They told me to piss off.
What?
They're so mean.
They didn't surrender?
No, and they were mean.
Not mean.
Hannibal was
Revenge.
that Rome had an unprecedented attitude towards surrender. Even when Hannibal offered to ransom thousands of prisoners back to Rome, a pretty common practice in ancient warfare, the Romans refused, opting to let their own men be sold into slavery rather than paying a penny to the enemy. It was clear that in order to defeat Rome, you had to annihilate them. If any Roman man was still standing, you hadn't yet won. But still, Hannibal decided not to
Let's start an elephant petting zoo.
Controversial decision. Even one of his own commanders famously told him, "Hannibal, you know how to win a battle, but you do not know how to win a war." From Hannibal's perspective, perhaps he knew his army was designed to survive behind enemy lines and sow chaos. It may not have been well equipped to undertake a risky siege of one of the most fortified cities on Earth.
Starts in 10 minutes. Okay, that's cool. You know what I don't get, right? He's been doing all this, and he's now holding tight. Carthage has done fucking nothing in this time. Like, what are they doing? They could absolutely be backing him up here, or, like, starting another landing. I don't know, man.
Plus, with many of the southern...
That's what... There we go. This is all fairly friendly territory, right? Hannibal's right here. And it's just... Yeah, Carthage just sort of sat chilling, right? Just doing nothing, just bing shling.
Cities defecting to his side after Cannae.
Pretty much just making money. Exactly.
Things were going pretty well. As is. We'll stay the course. Okay, so the Romans didn't surrender after 3 major defeats. But surely they'll surrender after 4.
My god, it's genius!
Unfortunately for Hannibal, however, after Cannae, the Romans well and truly learnt their lesson. Well, would you look at that? Remind me, who was it that said Hannibal was too dangerous to fight? You. And who said we shouldn't fight him directly? You. And who tried to fight him directly? Us. And what happened? We lost 20% of our military-aged men. That's right. So tell me, when Hannibal approaches, what do? We run away. I'm a genius. Clap for me. After Cannae, Fabius Maximus kind of became the unofficial leader of Rome. Even if others were elected consul, his influence was unparalleled, and Rome quickly reverted to the Fabian strategy of avoiding Hannibal. They knew they couldn't defeat him, so instead, they hoped they could at least contain him. They raised an impressively large number of men, partly by enlisting teenagers, slaves, and criminals. And rather than trying to fight Hannibal, they instead turned their attention towards those treacherous southern cities that had switched sides. Thanks for joining the winning team, guys. Here's the deal. All you have to do is provide me some troops and defend your own city, since I'll be too busy to defend it for you. Now, I'm going to briefly turn around, look this way, and when I look back,
dang
you
it.
better not be being massacred by the Roman. Oh, for goodness sake! The Romans spread out their newly formed legions and began attacking the southern cities here, there, everywhere. The southern cities expected to have Hannibal's protection, and Hannibal was inundated with requests for help. He was forced to run around southern Italy, trying to encourage defection while rescuing his own allies. But when he showed up, the Romans would often leave, only to come back the second he went away again. And as these southern cities found themselves being punished severely by the Romans, they began to realize that joining Hannibal may not have been such a good idea.
I mean, it's a smart strategy,
You think
right?
you're so big? Attacking my allies? Why don't you come out and face me? Because you're scary!
The fickle southern cities frequently switched sides depending on who appeared to be winning, and the whole situation became a nightmare for
Pretty smart of Romans just to have a bunch of small skirmishes. Yeah, exactly. You weaken the resolve, because ultimately these guys are probably going to be, like, supplying Hannibal as well, right? You keep getting them to flip sides and disrupt his supplies. They're going to weaken him naturally over time anyway.
for Hannibal to control, playing a constant game of Roman whack-a-mole to fend off the enemy armies. Having not long ago seemed near extinction, the Romans had managed to turn the situation around by placing Hannibal in a clever predicament. If he left southern Italy, the southern cities would likely capitulate to Rome, meaning he couldn't leave. And since the Romans wouldn't fight him, he couldn't inflict any more dangerous defeats. For now, Hannibal had been muzzled. Southern Italy had been his prize for his impressive Italian campaign. But those clever Romans found a way to take his prize and turn it into his prison. With the Fabian strategy neutralizing Hannibal for now, the Romans were freed up to refocus their attention to other fronts. This whole
Didn't they send one of their they sent one of their legions over to Iberia at this point, right? Surely they must have been making progress at that point, unless they called them back. Remind me why he couldn't go for obliterating Rome, because he just chose not to. He just decided it's not worth it. He could have, he just didn't.
time, while we've been discussing Hannibal and the Italian campaign of the Second Punic War,
Either that or they were
had
eating good
actually been
bacon.
occurring elsewhere. For example, in 216 BC, the Romans had sent an army north to punish the Celtic tribes that had joined Hannibal. However, as the Romans entered the Latana forest, little did they know those clever Celts had set up a trap. The Celts dropped trees on them, decimated
Damn.
the Romans, and they even took the commander's head to use as a religious sippy cup. So that went pretty bad. Whoa, very
God
bad.
damn.
But thankfully, in other theaters, things were going a bit better. For example, let's look at Sicily. After Cannae, internal chaos in Syracuse caused this longtime Roman ally to switch sides. Because being a winner is more fun. The Carthaginians also landed troops, hoping to retake their lost island, while Roman proconsul Claudius Marcellus moved in to besiege Syracuse. The siege was a brutal slug for the Romans, largely due to the presence of one famous scientist and mathematician, Archimedes. He lived in Syracuse at the time, and he invented a variety of clever contraptions to defend the city. There was a giant claw that could grab and destroy Roman ships, and purportedly even a big mirror that could magically ignite them. The Carthaginian forces on the island attempted to come to Syracuse's rescue, but luckily for the Romans, they all got diarrhea and then died. Finally, in the city itself, the day of a big annual religious festival came, and the Syracusans said, "Well, fellas, We've been holding off the Romans for over a year now. I think we've earned ourselves a little party. Sir, we're still under a massive siege. Are you sure? They'll probably take advantage of it. Well, Carl, I'm taking advantage of the open bar. Sir, they've
Bro really just said, hey guys, you remember getting fucked up? Yeah, let's do that again.
got battering rams. Well, Carl, I'm ramming these hors d'oeuvres into my mouth. Sir, they'll tear down our walls. Well, Carl,
I'm tearing it up on the dance
on
floor.
the dance floor. Sir, they're literally at the gates. Well, Carl, I'm literally at the cheese platter. Marcellus took advantage of the
No one ever
drinking
listens to
festivities,
Carl.
stormed the city, and plundering ensued. In the chaos, Marcellus ordered Archimedes be captured alive. Some sources say Roman troops entered Archimedes' home, and they were like, "Hey man, are you the math guy? Go away, I'm drawing circles." Look, I just need to know if you're the nerd. Come on, bro, get out of here, you're messing up my circles. That was not a good time to draw circles. It's always a good time for circles.
Yeah.
I love circles. Either
Circles
stop
are
drawing
great.
Circles or I kill you. I choose the circles. Despite not securing Archimedes, by 210 BC, the Romans did secure Sicily, and also put
in
down
its
a
entirety.
Carthage-supported rebellion on nearby Sardinia. 2 Roman successes, and there were more to come. After Cannae, King Philip V of Macedon saw an opportunity. He was concerned with recent Roman expansion into Illyria, and so, when he saw Hannibal annihilating the Romans... in
Doing the
Italy,
Fortnite
he
emote
said,
again.
"Oh my gosh, hey! Hey, Hannibal! Oh my gosh, you're so cool! Let's form an alliance and annihilate the Romans together!" Sure. Yes! Hannibal hoped to secure Philip's help in fighting Rome, but a Roman army was sent to the region, stirred up Philip's other Greek opponents, and essentially kept Philip bogged down in Greece for the entire duration of the war. Another kind of Roman success. But the main front, Rome was hoping to push Carthage back in.
It's gotta be Iberia. Yeah, there you go.
The riches of Spain made it one of Carthage's most valuable possessions, and the Romans were eager to weaken it. Remember way back at the start of the war, the consul Scipio was supposed to go to Spain, but ended up rushing back to Italy when he realized Hannibal was crossing the Alps. He then faced Hannibal at Ticinus and had to be rescued by his son. Well, after he recovered from his wounds, he proceeded with the original plan and joined his brother in Spain. There, the 2 Scipio brothers fought a successful campaign against Hannibal's brother, Hasdrubal. Over the next few years, they won a number of key victories, even taking Saguntum, the city that had kick-started this entire war. Yet more Roman success. A trend appeared to be emerging. Whenever the Romans fought anyone other than Hannibal, they usually came out on top. Perhaps these other fronts would be the key to Rome taking back control of this war. Perhaps it was time for Rome to return to their old ways of being the aggressive go-getters. And perhaps it would help if Rome had a Hannibal of their own.
Why are they always bald?
Scipio, the younger, was the son of Publius Scipio, currently fighting in Spain. This made him a member of one of Rome's most prestigious families. Not much is known of his childhood, although there is one story of how he was getting hot and heavy with a young lady, only to have his dad barge in and drag him out wearing nothing but a cloak. This story was written by a Roman poet to make Scipio look bad, but by modern standards has ended up making him look pretty rad. My guess is if Rome had a high school football team, Scipio would be the quarterback. Scipio was only
Male
18
pattern
when the
baldness.
Second Punic War broke
That's
out.
the pattern.
He was at the Battle of Ticinus, where he famously rescued his father, and he was one of the survivors of the Battle of Cannae, after which he threatened to cut down any man who dared abandon Rome. He was a natural leader, and up to his ears in spunk, and therefore he rose through the Roman ranks shockingly fast. We need a new military tribune, but Hannibal has killed so many men, we're running out of options. Put me in, coach! Scipio, you're only 20. You can't be a tribune. Come on, coach. Put me in. Well, you do have a lot of spunk. All right, you're hired. We need to elect a new Edile. Who do we have left? Put me in, coach. Scipio, you don't meet the minimum age requirement. I got this, coach. I got this. Well, okay then. You're in. Ugh, my room's a mess. I gotta cook dinner. Oh, and would you look at that? My fly's down. Life sucks. Put me in, coach. Wow, you're so spunky. When
Bro.
Scipio was 25, however, he received some bad news. His father and uncle in Spain had both been defeated in battle, and shockingly, both of them were killed. The news must have been devastating for the young Scipio, but it was also devastating for Rome, as almost all of their Spanish gains were wiped away.
Oof.
Okay, listen up! We need someone to go and replace the Scipios in Spain. So, who's up for it?
Another
Come on,
Scipio.
who's gonna go? Fabius, Spain seems unwinnable. There's no glory to be had there. Yeah, the glory is here, defending the homeland from Hannibal. Well, somebody has to go. I said, well, somebody has to go. Put me in, coach! Scipio was eager to be the one to go and replace his father and uncle in Spain. However, there was concern amongst the older senators. You're only 26. You can't lead a military campaign. He's right. That's a good point. And you're 71. You can't stand up without a little urine dribbling down your leg. That's a good point. He's absolutely right. Scipio didn't meet the typical requirements for the position, but as the only person willing to go, this young piece of hot Roman meat was unanimously elected proconsul and sent to lead the Roman armies in Spain. He hoped to carry out a campaign as impressive as Hannibal's had been in Italy. In fact, Scipio rather admired the one-eyed general. Scipio, you've got a Hannibal poster in your room. Yes, but he's the enemy. I'll let you in on a secret, Billy. You know how we're gonna win this war? By marching straight at the enemy? No, that's the old way. We've gotta be less Roman and a little more Hannibal. Hey, by the way, don't just barge into my room. That's an infringement of my privacy. Privacy? Privacy, you say?
Oh,
Well,
dear.
Scipio, if it's privacy you want, then you, my friend, need NordVPN. Don't touch me. How would you like to be innocently downloading inspirational photos of Nicolas Cage, only to realize
boy,
it's
would
now
I.
stealing your data and telling all your friends you still sleep between your parents because of scowy dweens? Yeah, didn't think so. And that's why you need NordVPN. With a single click, NordVPN connects you to secure
Drivers
servers
away.
around
Nice.
the world,
You'll have to
keeping you safe
update
from
me
malware
who
and
goes
other
out in
online threats.
Q1 and
Their
Q2 and that,
threat
mate.
protection pro features go the extra mile in preventing your data being stolen by scanning your downloads for malware, blocking malicious websites, and even detecting fake online shops. DolceandBanana.com? I don't think so. But that's not all. With NordVPN, you're not just protected, you can also unlock better deals in other regions and access content that isn't available in your country. So get protected today by heading to nordvpn.com/oversimplified and grab an exclusive deal with 4 extra months for free. That's nordvpn.com/oversimplified. And as always, you'll be supporting my channel. So thank you. Now, where were we? Oh yeah, Hannibal contained a young piece of hot Roman meat sent to lead the Roman armies in Spain. Scipio was charismatic, extremely confident, bold, and probably most importantly of all,
Bold.
he thought differently from other Roman generals. So Skippy, what's the plan? Don't call me that. We're Roman, so
Skippy.
same thing as usual, right? We march straight at the enemy, right? Get this, Billy. No.
Stroll just had to stop in the runoff. Standard Stroll things.
Scipio was a real outside-the-box thinker. There were 3 main Carthaginian armies in Spain, 2 led by Hannibal's brothers, Hasdrubal and Mago, and another led by Hasdrubal Gisco. Most Roman generals might have looked at these armies and said, I just gotta, march straight at these guys and kick their ass and stuff. But not Scipio. At a time when many believed winning battles won wars, one of Scipio's greatest strengths was an ability to see the overall strategy behind his actions. He knew that Spain was the closest thing Hannibal had to a base of support. With its mass resources and manpower, it's where Hannibal likely hoped to get supplies and reinforcements from. Spain's base
Fair.
of support was the city of New Carthage, the most fortified city on the peninsula, perfectly positioned to communicate with and receive supplies from Africa. And so, If Scipio managed to take New Carthage, he could take Spain. And if he took Spain, then maybe Hannibal would fall. To Scipio, Spain wasn't just some sideshow. It was the main show. And it all rested on New Carthage. But a surprise attack on Carthage's capital city in Spain? It was a ridiculous idea. Even if you pull off the 7-day forced march past the Carthaginian armies to New Carthage. Once you get there, you'd only have a couple weeks to take the city before the Carthaginians arrived to kick your ass. Sieges of cities that fortified usually took months, if not years. So, Scipio, how are you going to pull this off? Well, first of all, to make sure the surprise plan stayed hidden, Scipio kept it a total secret, even from his own men. Where are we going, Skippy? I'm not telling you.
You'll see.
Is it Disneyland? I'm not telling you.
I bet it's Disneyland.
We're going to Disneyland. This secrecy kept the Carthaginians from preemptively reinforcing the city. As a result, New Carthage was left under garrisoned because the Carthaginians believed it to be kind of naturally impenetrable. It was surrounded on 3 sides by a lagoon and only accessible via a narrow isthmus. What's an isthmus, you ask? Maybe read a book. All right, Scipio, you made it to New Carthage.
Fantastic.
Now the other Carthaginian armies are only a 10
Great.
days march from coming and kicking your ass. Just what were you thinking? Well, Scipio had learned something crucial. Every afternoon, the tides made the lagoon around New Carthage briefly shallow enough to cross. He ordered
Interesting.
a large diversionary attack on the main city gates, distracting the city's defenders. Then, a small infiltration force traversed the lagoon, climbed the unguarded northern walls, and entered the city. They ambushed the guards.
Damn,
and
that's
opened
big
the
brain
city
play,
gates
that.
to the rest of Scipio's army. And just like that, New Carthage had fallen. In a single day, Scipio had taken Carthage's capital city in Spain.
That is big brain play. That is so big brain.
And he made it look easy. With it, he seized much of Carthage's war supplies, several silver mines near the city, and various powerful Iberian tribes even joined his side. And now he was in
1 day siege is insane. I know, man. That's mental. Even by like modern standards, seizing a whole city in a day is just unheard of. That's mental. Like even like World War II, it took to go through a city took days or weeks. 1 day is nuts.
a great position to take on the other Carthaginian armies in Spain. Wow, Skippy, you're amazing. Don't call me that. How'd you know the lagoon would get shallow? It's almost like you speak to the gods. No, I told him. All the local farmers know about the lagoon. Yes, that's it. I speak to the gods. Wow! Scipio had no problem allowing his men to think he was divinely inspired. Roman writers also tell us another of Scipio's traits. He was apparently quite merciful in victory and often protected the inhabitants of captured cities. Spencer! What are you doing? Well, I was just about to murder this family. Hey, bad Spencer! No! Can I at least kill the dad? No! What about the... No! Oh, you're mean!
You're no fun. Again, that's pretty wild for, like, back then. Back then, it was, like, kind of expected if the enemy got in that no one was safe inside to actually, like, protect it. It's almost a very, very early version of, like, Hearts and Minds sort of stuff.
Carthaginian generals in the region must have been shocked at the loss of their capital city. There was now a Terminator in Spain, and he was coming. In 208 BC, he made a move on Hasdrubal, hoping to defeat him before the other Carthaginian armies could come and link up. When Hasdrubal heard Scipio was coming, he said, Hasdrubal did the sensible thing and climbed a big hill for safety. Hey, get down here. I want to kill you. Fat chance, Vin Diesel! Well, he doesn't have to be rude.
Yeah, that's
So
just
what's the plan
mean.
then, Scipio? This time, we march straight up and at him. Right? Right, Scipio? Billy?
Just hit him in the face.
Scipio once again displayed a distinctly not Roman approach to fighting, when instead of marching straight up and at him, Scipio feigned a frontal skirmish, only to pull off a
draw their
surprise
forces out.
uphill envelopment.
Oh,
Not
okay.
an easy thing to do, but Scipio had trained his army to pull off maneuvers that typical Roman armies couldn't. After the battle, the defeated Hasdrubal fled Spain, hoping to link up with his brother Hannibal in Italy. and Hannibal desperately needed the help. As Scipio was dominating in Spain, Hannibal's struggles in southern Italy continued. He was convinced that if he just received ample supplies and reinforcements, he could reverse his fortunes and get back to kicking Rome's ass. But for the remainder of the war, he would suffer a frustrating lack of support from the Carthaginian Senate. After Cannae, Hannibal had sent his brother Mago to Carthage, where he famously poured out golden rings taken from fallen Roman knights. He told the Senate that with reinforcements, Hannibal could finish the job. But a growing faction in the Senate, possibly jealous of Hannibal's rising influence, opposed sending any help. In the end, a large number of the reinforcements gathered for Hannibal now ended up being diverted to stop Scipio in Spain. Just as he had hoped, Scipio's campaign in Spain was actively harming Hannibal in Italy. However, those reinforcements meant that when Scipio made a move on the remaining Carthaginian armies in Spain, they now likely outnumbered him. With the odds heavily stacked against him, it would take some serious skill to win this battle. This time we're gonna march straight at them, right? No, Billy! Ooh.
Fuck's sake, Billy!
The Battle of Ilipa is often
Pull your head out your
Scipio's
ass.
masterpiece because it was positively oozing with deception and trickery. First, both sides spent several days forming up and facing off without actually fighting. On each day, Scipio placed his strongest Roman legions in the center with his weaker Iberian allies on the sides.
I see what's coming.
Seeing this, the Carthaginians were like, "This guy's an idiot. We've seen his plan. His strongest troops are going to be in the center. So let's form all of our battle plans based on this information. I'm sure he won't change anything at the last minute." Then, when the day of battle came, Scipio woke up the Carthaginians with an early morning attack, causing them to rush out of camp without breakfast. When the Carthaginians lined up with their strongest troops in the center to meet Scipio's, they were stunned to find that Scipio had completely reversed his order. The weaker Carthaginian sides now found Scipio's strongest bearing down on them. Then, in an extremely impressive maneuver, the well-trained Roman wings even stretched out during their approach, hitting the Carthaginians from the sides.
Oh, wow.
The Carthaginian center could have turned to help, but Scipio had ordered his center to approach so slowly that Carthage's center could do nothing but just stand and wait.
Oh, damn.
In this way, the outnumbered Scipio
He's taken the strongest.
cleverly controlled
He's taking the strongest out of the fight. That's smart.
events so that the bulk of the strongest Carthaginian troops couldn't even fight during the battle. He had completely removed them from the equation. The incredible Scipio had inflicted a monumental defeat on a much larger enemy force.
God
And the
damn.
Battle of Ilipa was the final nail in the coffin for Carthaginian Spain. Yet more tribespeople continued to side with the Romans, and the remaining Carthaginians retreated to the coast and eventually fled the peninsula. And would you look at that? In
That's
just
how
a
much
few
Scipio
years,
was him.
the incredible
I know,
young
man.
Scipio had turned Spain completely red. The Carthaginians must have been stunned. His Spanish campaign had almost been as impressive as Hannibal's campaign in Italy. In fact, see if any of this sounds familiar. In Spain, Scipio had used the environment of the battlefield to his advantage. He staged ambushes by concealed troops. He treated local tribespeople well, earning their friendship. He even once forced his enemy to come out and fight him without breakfast. Each and every one of these tactics were possibly borrowed from a certain one-eyed general. In all the battles Scipio had fought against Hannibal, it seemed he may have been taking notes.
Hey! Scipio!
What?
Stop stealing my tactics! I'm 700 miles away! I can't hear you! What did you say?
What?
What? What?
Fuck you, Tony!
Better yet, Scipio's achievement in taking a well-fortified city, plus his understanding of the overall strategy, has led some historians to argue he wasn't just as good as Hannibal. Scipio may actually have been better. This young man, who many in Rome had doubted, had just shut those silly billies right the flip up. Mere years ago, it looked like Rome had no chance of even surviving this war. But now, the momentum of war was...
I fucking love that video. I love that video. Fuck you, Tony! I built that fire over there. You wanna know what it did?
Shifting astonishingly fast. And for Hannibal in Italy, things continued to head south. Before Scipio had even gone to Spain, the Romans had placed Capua, Hannibal's largest city in Italy, under a dangerous siege. And in order to rescue it, Hannibal needed to take drastic action. Fast. Man, everything's falling apart. Fine, I'll do it! Do what? Yeah, you've convinced me. I'll march on Rome. Hannibal, that conversation was 5 years ago. It's too late. No one's trying to convince you to march on Rome. I said I'll do it! Quit nagging me! Ugh. Hannibal finally marched on Rome, hoping it might draw the Romans away from Capua. The Romans saw Hannibal approaching their city, and they freaked the hell out. Hannibal is said to have closely approached the city walls, inspecting the defenses, as the Romans inside quivered in their togas. However, Hannibal probably knew he had no chance of taking the city. The whole thing was a feint, and Hannibal soon left. The Romans famously coined the phrase, "Hannibal is at the gates," to describe a moment of crisis or severe desperation. But for accuracy's sake, the phrase should probably be, "Hannibal is at the gates." But don't worry, it's just a feint to draw the Romans away from Capua. And it didn't even work, because the Romans stayed at Capua, and the Capuans misunderstood and thought Hannibal had abandoned them. And so, they surrendered the city. But apparently that's not as catchy. Despite a few successes,
It is a bit wordy,
including
bro.
an ambush in 208 BC, where Hannibal managed to kill both consuls in one go, Hannibal was slowly but steadily losing his grip on southern Italy. Even Hasdrubal, who had fled Spain to join Hannibal, never reached his brother. He made his
He took
own
the
dramatic
fucking
crossing of
long
the
way,
Alps,
that's
just
why.
as Hannibal had done. But unlike Hannibal, the second Hasdrubal arrived in Italy, he was immediately pulverized. The Romans then took his head and threw it over the walls into his brother's camp. Hannibal was becoming extremely isolated. After his impressive conquest of Spain, Scipio returned to Rome a hero. And when the election came for next year's consuls, despite not meeting the typical requirements, Scipio won in a landslide. But the question now was, what would he do next? All right, what's your plan then, Scipio? You're gonna go fight Hannibal now, right? Get this, Fabius. No.
That's the neat part. You don't.
Scipio's plan remained the same as before. Don't attack the monster directly. Attack his base of support, which now happened to be Carthage itself. That's right, Scipio would invade Africa. However, Scipio understood that any invasion of Africa would stand a much better chance if he could secure an alliance with one of the African tribes. Throughout the war, Carthage's far superior Numidian cavalry, which came from this part of Africa, had played a critical role in winning battles. Numidia was divided between two rival kings. In the east, the king Syphax had sympathized with Rome for much of the war, and so at some point, Scipio visited Syphax to ratify a treaty. It just so happened, however, that the Carthaginian general Hasdrubal Gisco, whom Scipio had fought in Spain, also arrived at the exact same time. And so
It's awkward.
Syphax invited both Scipio and Gisco for a meal. The two men fought for Syphax's alliance, and by Roman accounts, Scipio was positively charming. Come on, Syphax, stick with us Romans. We'll build a naked statue of you. Very enticing. If you join our side, Syphax, we'll give you a 2% discount on figs. You like figs, don't you? Not really. Hey, Syphax,
Bro tried to win him over with a coupon.
check this out. Wow! Hey, Syphax, check this out.
Oh no.
Did he just defecate? I believe he did. Well, Scipio, you clearly
Bro
are
is
the
not
most
him.
charming man in the Mediterranean. My alliance is Syphax. I'll let you marry my extremely hot daughter.
No.
Unable to compete with Syphax's libido, Scipio instead made contact with Syphax's rival, the other Numidian king, Massinissa, who was a longtime ally of Carthage. Scipio told Massinissa, if you join the Romans, I'll help you defeat Syphax and become the ultimate Numidian king.
The Mecha Numidian.
Massinissa was now on Team Rome. Good job, Skippy. With a Numidian alliance solidified, Scipio prepared for his invasion of Africa. He raised a volunteer force that included many of the disgraced survivors from Cannae, and he set sail. Well, Terry, any news from Italy? Has Hannibal won the war yet? Who on earth? Here's Skippy! The Roman landing sent a clear message to the Carthaginians. You don't invade us. No, we invade you. For the first time in the war, the Carthaginian homeland was under threat, and the Carthaginians needed to defeat Scipio at all costs. They gathered a huge army led by Hasdrubal Gisco, with allied Numidians led by Syphax, and they ordered them to get Scipio the hell off their continent. Sources say at this point, Scipio was severely outnumbered. Scipio? That army's huge. There's no way we can beat off all these men. How are we gonna beat off all these men? Vigorously.
Come on, man.
While maintaining eye contact.
Brother.
Scipio had a plan to deal with the larger enemy force. It just so happened that Syphax was offering to try and broker peace between the Romans and the Carthaginians. And Scipio smelled an opportunity. He sent a Roman envoy to Syphax's camp. And when they got there, Syphax was like, hey guys, welcome to the enemy camp. Just before we begin negotiations, a small safety demonstration. As you can see, our huts are made of grass and reeds. Very flammable. If there was even a single spark, this whole place would become a raging inferno, and all my men would burn alive. Very interesting. The Roman troops
Noted.
then reported back to Scipio about the Numidian camp, its construction, and most importantly, its flammability. Then, the following night, as the sun was setting over the beautiful African plains, and the Carthaginians got all comfy in their beds, they began to gently dream of Carthaginian figs and child sacrifice. Good night, Carthaginians. Good night, Syphax and Gisco. Good evening, Scipio.
Time for more shenanigans.
Shadowy Roman figures approached the Numidian camp. As the Numidians lay in their beds, Scipio executed.
Another very Hannibal tactic ambush. Yeah, bro has literally just been taking notes and then using the playbook against his mates, right? This is nuts. Absolutely nuts.
His plan. The camp erupted into flames. With the flammable wooden huts, the fires spread terrifyingly fast. Men were burned in their beds. Those who awoke in a panic, believing the fire to have been some kind of terrible accident, rushed to the exits without their weapons and armor. Those who saw the fire from the Carthaginian camp also rushed out unarmed. And when they got there he was. Scipio, the Romans, and their steel.
Rip.
The terrified Carthaginians were massacred, and with heavy casualties, Hasdrubal and Syphax fled the scene of the disaster. Scipio followed this incredible success with another victory against the pair at the Battle of the Great Plains. After that, Massinissa chased his rival Syphax into his kingdom, where Syphax was captured. Massinissa was now the ultimate Numidian king. He entered Syphax's capital city. He seized Syphax's palace. He even married Syphax's wife. And when Scipio got mad at him for marrying a Carthaginian girl, he then poisoned his wife.
Bro.
Boys will be boys. Having defeated the Carthaginian armies in Africa, almost nothing now stood between Scipio and Carthage. And the Carthaginians were freaking out. What do we do? What do we do? There's only one thing left to do. Recall him. Well, Hannibal, you've been here in Italy for 16 years.
Jesus.
This is practically your home. You're basically Italian. Yes, Gerald. And I've had such a lovely time. I ate spaghetti, did this with my hands. I've committed my whole life to this campaign. And once Rome has fallen, it'll all have been worth it.
Hannibal, you have to return to Carthage. Your Italian campaign has been for nothing. Your whole life has been a waste. No!
Imagine being Hannibal in this moment. You left Carthage when you were 9. You probably barely even recognize your own homeland. The kingdom he had built in Spain with his father? Gone. And now his Italian campaign, his vengeance. Was it really all for nothing? But that was that. Carthage was under threat, and Hannibal had to protect his home city. As he left Italy, in Rome, there was celebration, but also some trepidation. Now, Scipio would have to face Hannibal in Africa, where Hannibal would have home advantage. While Hannibal was on his way, the Carthaginians stalled for time and approached Scipio for peace talks. Hey, look, we never meant to start an all-out 2-decade-long war, but you did. No, that was Hannibal. He's to blame for all of this. Well, all right then. Sign this peace treaty. Okay, let me just get my signature right on there. He's here. Yes! Oh, look who's here, you bald prick! You're so dead now, Skippy.
Oh, what a fucking line.
Don't call me that! After Carthage proposed peace, only to then...
I love that. Look who's here, you bald prick. Fantastic. Comedy.
Back on it, the normally merciful Scipio was enraged. He began refusing
Look,
to
it's
accept
Nappa.
and surrender, and instead began burning everything to the ground, selling everyone into slavery. Hannibal, he's burning our towns. Go stop him. Guys, he's obviously trying to lure me out there to fight on those flat plains, where his Numidian cavalry will give him the advantage. It's a trick. Well, it's working. Go and fight him. It's obviously a trap, and we're falling for it. Go and fight him. Hannibal set out to meet Scipio
Go out and
in the
play.
Western Plains. And here came Scipio's final test. Finally, the teacher would face the student, the two greatest generals of all time, in one last, decisive battle. Would Hannibal's genius still shine through? Or would Scipio prove that he had surpassed the master? Before battle, the two great generals rode out from their camps and met in person for the first time. Hannibal, I'm a huge fan. I thought you'd have more hair, and I thought you'd have more eyes.
Hey.
They then had a conversation, which I'll paraphrase. Hannibal said, "At the start of this war, I had great fortune in Italy. But look at me now, a sad old man who, like other sad old men, failed to conquer Rome. Your fortune can change rapidly, Scipio. You should consider negotiating a peace rather than risking it all in one last fight against me." Very eloquently put. Scipio then replied,
You! Negotiate? Negotiate what? I took Spain. I'm about to burn your pathetic city to the ground. What could you offer me in negotiations? I already have it all! Ah!
Seriously though, Hannibal, I am such a big fan. And so, it was settled. The two great generals would face off one last time in the epic Battle of Zama. Scipio gave his men, consisting of many survivors from Cannae, a pre-battle speech, telling them not only would they gain redemption, but they could become masters of the world. Hannibal told his men probably nothing, because most of them didn't even speak the same language. As the two armies lined up for battle, something interesting became clear. Hannibal had more infantry and hoped to use them to brute strength the Romans. But Scipio had the
More cavalry.
Numidian cavalry
Yeah.
and hoped to pull off an envelopment. It was a complete role reversal of Cannae. As the battle began, Hannibal made his first move. He sent his 80 war elephants to smash through and weaken the Roman infantry. Scipio had the perfect response. He had altered his formation to create passages between the Roman maniples.
Just let them
His
go
elite
through,
troops
yeah.
Stepped aside at the right moment, revealing the gaps ahead of the charging elephants. Elephants, if given the choice between a suicide charge into spears or a nice clean escape, will probably choose the escape.
Yeah, damn
And
those,
that's what
damn those
happened.
survival
Some
instincts.
elephants were so frightened from the noise that they even turned and smashed back into the Carthaginian cavalry, which the Roman cavalry then engaged.
Damn.
Your move, Hannibal. Hannibal wasn't an idiot. He knew that he was fighting superior Numidian cavalry on open plains. So when his weaker cavalry ended up being routed from the battlefield, he probably wasn't surprised and hoped the Roman cavalry would be lured as far from the battlefield as possible.
Nah, they'd circle
because
round,
his
wouldn't they?
infantry needed time to do a clever little job. Hannibal had the numerical advantage, and he had positioned his army in 3 lines. The weaker troops were at the front, while his best men, the army that had been with him in Italy, were in the rear. As the Romans smashed into the weaker front lines, they managed to cut through them, but suffered losses and exhaustion in doing so.
Yeah.
The same with Hannibal's second line, so that by the time the Romans reached Hannibal's superior third line, the 2 sides may have now been about equal in number. But the exhausted Romans had just fought an entire battle to get there, while the remaining Carthaginians were fresh and ready to go. Hannibal was still a genius. And this is where the final race began. Could Hannibal's stronger infantry finish off the Romans before the Roman cavalry returned from their pursuit? Who would be quicker, the Carthaginian infantry or the Roman cavalry? The answer: the cavalry.
Yeah, I
They
thought
had called
that
off their
was what was
pursuit
going to happen.
just in time to turn around and hit Hannibal from the rear. And that was the deciding move. As the sandwiched Carthaginians were hacked to pieces, Hannibal knew he had lost, and he escaped the battlefield. It was a battle that some historians say was well fought on both sides. Both showed their genius, but fortune fell in the favor of Scipio. With just a few thousand Roman casualties compared to 40,000
Jeez.
Carthaginians, Scipio had won.
The numbers throughout all of these have been absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts.
Hannibal advised the Carthaginian Senate that it was time to surrender. 17 years of war, finally over. The terms Rome placed on Carthage were harsh. They lost territory and were prohibited from starting any more wars with anyone without Rome's explicit permission. Carthage basically became a weak Roman client state. And what of these 2 military geniuses? Well, Scipio returned to Rome triumphant. For his victory in Africa, he was given the title Scipio Africanus. He had delivered Rome from an existential threat, and so, from here on out, he was primed to dominate Roman politics. He was even offered to become consul for life, but he humbly refused. Politics being what it is, however, jealousy eventually grew.
Oh, Rome.
Scipio and his family
Never
ended up
change.
battling accusations of corruption, and Scipio, possibly becoming tired of Roman politics, retired to a nice country house by the coast. Hannibal also took a leading role in Carthaginian politics after the war, but again, due to jealousy, factionalism, and a possibility of arrest by the Romans, he eventually entered exile. He spent the remainder of his years out east, even
Antioch.
advising enemies
Oh.
of Rome. Rome's hatred of Hannibal endured, and they never stopped hoping to someday capture the monster.
Reward a pat on the head. Hunting down Hannibal for head pats is wild.
One story is told of how when a much older Hannibal was chilling in the city of Ephesus, a Roman delegation was sent to the city, and in that delegation was Scipio Africanus. The 2 men met for the second time, and they seemed to have gotten along quite well. Scipio asked Hannibal who he thought the 3 greatest generals of all time were. Hannibal placed Alexander the Great in number 1, Pyrrhus of Epirus in number 2, and in 3rd place, himself. Scipio then asked, "And what if you had defeated me at Zama?" "Well, Scipio, then I would have been the greatest general of all time. Please, call me Skippy."
Aw,
Around
besties.
183 BC, Hannibal, now in his 60s, came under threat of Roman capture. After a long life, he chose to take some poison. According to Livy, his last words: "Let us now relieve the Romans of the anxiety they have so long experienced, since they think it tries their patience too much to wait for an old man's death." Wow, Hannibal, what a dignified end. Gross. And there you have it. The Second Punic War. Finally done. It took 17 years to end the war. And on a personal note, making these videos has also taken 17 years off my life. Carthage began to recover from the war, shockingly fast, however. And anxieties over Carthage would remain in Rome. In particular, one senator would begin calling for one last crusade against Carthage to end the threat once and for all. He famously began to end all of his speeches with one singular phrase, one of the most famous phrases in Roman history.
Damn, bro, I had generational beef. Cinema, once again, absolute cinema. Fantastic. No notes. No, that's insane, like, just how much, yeah, how much they've got, like, with all the numbers. Like, someone would need to go and do the quick maths, but, like, what, we're talking at least a few 100,000 total, like, lost, right? Which is nuts for the time. But yeah, no, that's, yeah, well worth watching, well worth watching. I'll be honest, guys, that's probably going to bring us towards the end of the stream now, though, because, well, you know, it's been about we're like 5 hours in, and yeah, it's getting a bit late. So yeah, no, that was definitely worth it. I think we'll probably watch a few more videos next week as well, because I'm enjoying doing these, to be honest. So we'll crack on with that. We are back tomorrow as well, so we'll get some music back on while I chat shit. Ta-da. Okay. But yeah, the what do I want to listen to? Who cares? Right, yeah, like I said, tomorrow we're gonna be back with some Kerbal Space Program stuff. We're gonna probably start it a bit later. Like you made it out to be well enough on both. One sec. You made it out to be well thought on both sides, and then it's like 40,000 deaths from the bigger army versus a couple of grand. Yeah, I mean, it's the thing is, right? It was very well matched and like even until the cavalry got back involved, though. So they were both making very like smart calls, but ultimately the cavalry was what tipped it, right? And after that, there was no coming back from it. So it's not like it was just a complete blunder. It could have gone either way. But yeah, I get what you mean. But it is nuts. But yeah, tomorrow, like I said, we're going to start a little bit later probably, so I can watch a sprint. I reckon probably going to be we're going to push the stream back by maybe an hour. I need to double check this. I need to double check the start time. And then I'll post the revised stream start time on the Discord, and then we'll crack on with that. And then we're going to have... What else are we going to have? We're going to have... Sunday is F1, so we're going to be doing Wednesday's stream on Sunday. And then next week is going to be the last week I've got before I then deploy for another couple of weeks. So we're talking probably F1 again on the Wednesday. And then I'm going to be going out with friends on the Friday night. So Friday and Saturday next week, I don't know if I'm going to be streaming. If I'm not, I will look to move the streams around to different days. We will still have 3 streams next week, but I want to make sure that I'm around for the night out on Friday night, and I probably won't be fit to do anything on the Saturday. The reason why is because one of the girls in my unit is moving on to her next unit, and then obviously I'm going away as well, so it's kind of like a last sort of hurrah sort of thing. So yeah, we want to make sure that I'm available for that. So yeah, keep an eye out. We'll decide the stream schedule on Sunday. But yeah, we'll sort that out in the future. That's a problem for future us, right? And fuck those guys. But yeah, no, it's been a good stream today. We're gonna be back tomorrow, and we're gonna continue the vibe. Thanks for the stream. Honestly, it's been a good stream. I've enjoyed it. It's been decent. But yeah, guys, that is, like I said, that is going to be the end of the stream. So as always, thank you guys for watching. It's been great having you all along. And yeah, I will be catching you all on the next one tomorrow. Goodbye.